Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, February the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Snowman, in our YouTube room. Excellent. Thank you, Pepe, etc. So you guys can hear me, see my screen in both rooms. Excellent. We're off to a good start. So what is happening this morning? So I guess on the big merger front, Netflix, nice job if you can get it. So they got $2.8 billion on the breakup fee. So Paramount has won the bidding for Warner Brothers. But in doing so, Netflix's stock is moving higher, and they also got $2.8 billion in the breakup fee. This one, XYZG. Now, this is the ETF for XYZ. This is, I guess, Jack Dorsey's AI play. So XYZ is up today on earnings, okay? And I guess they're chopping about 40% of their headcount, something like that. Headcount reduction, it's too bad. I mean, people losing their jobs, but, the stock has reacted well, and it's an earnings play. So this stock is a $62 stock, $63 stock. You can play this also here, XYZG. The only issue right now, not a lot of liquidity, only 46,000 shares have traded. But if you thought that XYZ was going to keep moving higher, you can always buy this one. It's a two-timer. But remember, if XYZ, the stock, moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. This is a buyout. Okay, yeah, this is a buyout. They're going private. It's a private company. Let me make sure that Core is to be acquired by Searchlight. I'm sure Searchlight Capital Partners and Avery Partners. So I'm pretty sure these are private companies. So yeah, to operate as a privately held company post closing. So that's a buyout. KORE is a buyout. ONMD, I didn't have that on my list. It must have just popped. Yeah, it must have just popped. Didn't have this on my list. I don't see anything under $1 here, so it must have just got over $1. Yeah, ONMD, underneath $1 right now. MRAL. Okay, so this is a two. So Mara's has earnings today, guys. MARA has earnings today. If you thought Mara was going to continue higher, you could buy this one. This is an ETF for Mara, a two-timer. Again, the same thing though. If Mara, the stocks drops 1.1%, this will drop 2%. Mara is an earnings play. You know what is not a good earnings play today, guys, is poor old Duolingo. It looks like, wow, I mean, this is getting close to a lifetime low. Duolingo, look at this. 213 down to $85. I mean, when was this? I mean, that's not even the high, but when was that? That was in December. I mean, it's not that long ago. Man. So this is an earnings play. Duolingo is an earnings play, and it's just in a tailspin for many, many weeks now. And earnings today did not help it at all. Look at this. JP Morgan cutting their target from 200 down to 95. Well, you're a little late now, JP. UBS cutting it from 285 down to 125. Like, who are they kidding? Think it's going to get back to 125? Goldman cutting it from 250 down to 105. Jeez. Wow. Anyway, there's really, I have to look at a monthly chart just to see, just out of curiosity, where the next low is on a monthly chart. No, it's not that far away, actually. There's a low right there. No, that's not right. There's a low right there, 86. Well, let's take a look at there. There's a low of 69.93. And that was that was January 2023. So 3 years ago, there was a low. Okay, and a monthly chart down around 69. So on a monthly chart anyway, still has room to run down. Wow. LBGJ. This just is popping here now, guys. Yeah, China stock. So it's a deal to acquire 51% stake in, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Well, I'm going to try Yufeng Wan. Financial terms undisclosed. A lot of earnings plays, guys. This is a beaten up one. I wish this is not an earnings play today. Anyway, RNA is releasing earnings on the third. I wish William is not here today. Well, anybody else with any sort of financial acumen to take a look at this one to see what else do they have going for them? Because this, I mean, 78% down. It's a bio. Usually, William can kind of dive in and say, okay, well, they only have one drug in the pipeline, and that's it, and that's why it's so down. But I mean, look at this, down 78%. I actually don't see any news. The only news I see was on the 26th that they're going to be announcing multiple upcoming presentations. So being held, that's in March. Maybe they made a presentation yesterday or something, and it wasn't good. But no, so I have no idea. Anybody have any idea about RNA? Why it's down so much? It's not an earnings play. Maybe I can find it here. I don't see RNA any. Oh, no, I still don't see any. I don't see any reason why RNA is. I mean, 86%, guys. I don't see that news. Okay, PJ. So I don't see that news on Interactive Brokers, but okay, that's today. Obviously, it's got to be today. Wow. Yeah, but I wish Willie were here because he could probably dive into this a little bit, and well, somebody else could do it, I suppose. But anyway, but most of these are all earnings plays. Okay, EBS is an earnings play. EBS is an earnings play. Look at this down. EBS, 25%. Excuse me. DNA, I think, is an earnings play. This is Ginkgo. Yeah, Ginkgo. This is an earnings play. This is almost basically a lifetime low now for DNA. I guess the lifetime low would be here. CDIO is having a pop. It's not an earnings play, but it's having a pop. Well, not just having a pop. It's taking all this out now. Wow. CDIO. So I had big move after hours. Also got up to $10. CDIO got up to Morning Shaw in our YouTube room, and Mamba and LD. Then yeah, got up to $10 post market. See if there's anything specific about it, other than the fact it's just a low float. Traders are in it again. A gig. Where's a gig? Oh, there we are. So it's sort of resurrecting itself. So the high up here is about $5. There's a high right there of around 410. So it's right there, guys. Okay. The high of about 4 days ago. And then the high before that was around 5. This had a tremendous run. Was that today? Grumpy, seriously though, was that today? Really, it's strange that would be down so much. I mean, it's almost like it's a spin-off or it's a dividend. You know what I mean? I mean, it just doesn't seem to make sense that it's down so much on that that news. Ah, okay. So that's really thank you, HLE. So that's really the reason. Okay. It's a spin-off. A new entity. Okay. So that's the reason. Well, it'll still be interesting to follow. Dell is up. Is this an earnings play? This is the two-timer for Dell. Is Dell an earnings play? Find it anywhere. You know what? You know what's an earnings play? It's FIGS. FIGS. Ah, I'm it's not Fig. I'm sorry. It is Fig. Fig already had earnings, but Figs is an earnings play today. Just want to take a look at Dell. Is this an yeah? Dell's an earnings play. So Dell's up 11% on earnings. But if you thought that Dell was going to keep going, you could buy DLLL. It's an ETF. Not a lot of volume. Not a lot of volume though. Now the market. The market. So the market is well. It got down to what 681. So little pop. There's the VWAP. To see what happens today. I mean, the market. Well, there's a little disconnect in the market yesterday. I mean, the Dow was basically flat. But both the Qs and the SPY were down, especially the Qs. Another earnings play, guys. Where is AAOI? Is it anywhere here? There you are. AAOI is an earnings play, and I think I thought there was an ETF for this one. Well, if there were, it'd be in the 36% range. So I guess there's not. Surprised there isn't. But AAOI is an earnings play. Another earnings play for Arlo. Not very much volume. Well, no volume at all, really. 13,000 shares, but the volume will pick up. Just looking at some more earnings plays, guys, with some volume. So this one, CoreWeave. So CoreWeave's an earnings play. They're getting thumped down on. It's a big move. 12%, 282 million in the float. That's a big move down with that float, and that is CRWV. NFQ is getting hit here, guys. This is an IPO this month. Not very much volume on it yet. AES, is that an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Okay, AES. GIP and EQT are said to near a deal to acquire AES. Okay, so that is the reason. But so what did it get up to? It got up to 1860, and it dropped $1.20 just like that. Could announce AES deal as soon as next week. So the Atrium, HLE, is that a public company yet? I don't see it anywhere. Oh, wait. No, it's Atrium Mortgage. So, I don't see it anywhere. Spinning off a new entity named Atrium that focuses on cardiology. So this RNA will be an interesting one, because I think thank you for HLE and others who indicated that this is basically a spin-off. Boy, that Xwell, what a run. I mean, seriously, 33-cent stock 2-3 days ago. Got up to this morning, even in the pre-market, got up to 177. Still don't know what. Well, I can see what they do, but not sure there was any. I'm not sure there was any sort of news on it. They did a private placement, $31 million private placement. They did one. And that was on. They announced that on the 24th. ENSC or ENSC. Any play? Look at these. No, this was not a $4,000 stock, $4,500 stock. Multiple reverse splits. So that is reverse split adjusted. And who knows, maybe it was even higher. No. So reverse split adjusted, this stock got up to $4,782. All right, now let's see what is XLF doing. I'm just going to take a look at XLF to see it's getting a little bit. Oh, look at that! So the Dow was mildly positive yesterday. So XLF was got very close to the 200-day moving average. Got very close to the 200-day moving average, but we're down 1.4% now. You can see it almost got right there yesterday, even though the Dow wasn't up that much. Because a lot of Dow stocks are in make up XLF. A lot of the financial stocks are Dow stocks. So XLF tried to rally. And then the other one that was close, excuse me, was XLY, I think, discretionary. Yeah, so XLY is still barely keeping above the 200-day moving average. XLE still probably the strongest sector. Just look at this run. So with the market doing what it's doing today, guys, I mean, I'd be looking at some of these earnings plays and looking for potential fades. I probably wouldn't be looking. Well, you never know. I mean, look at TTD yesterday. It had a tremendous bounce. Look what it did. I mean, it got down to $21, closed up here. It got all the way up to 24, closed, basically at the high of the day. It was, I mean, not quite. It almost got back to the previous day's close. It was a tremendous bounce. And it's not like it was really being helped by the market. Well, I mentioned figs, but here's fig, guys, Figma. So this is just one moment, please. I'm sure most of these are earnings plays. Let's take a look. FLGT, another earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. CRI, earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. XPOF, a lot of earnings play. All these are AMBA, earnings play. There's not a lot of volume in some of these. Sear, another earnings play. So this is a two-time long. This is for RKLB. My guess is RKLB is is an earnings play. but it'll only be down about 6%. Take a look at OKLB. Yep, another earnings play. So Rocket Lab, earnings play. Well, look at the room on the monthly chart anyway. Look at that room. Take a look on the weekly chart. Not as much. So last week's low was 65. Ooh, FSLY, I'm hearing, guys. Not this is not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 11th, but let's see what's the next low looking at 1636. A little bit of room, almost a dollar to the next low. But the one that's being kicked the most right now on a percentage basis is Duolingo in my earnings list. Down 26%. With a tie with EBS, which is also down 26%. Sweet Green, is this a yeah, another earnings play? Sweet Green, SG, so many. All right, guys, what time is it? 9:22, getting close. I'm going to get my 9:30 layout. Up and running. All right, let's take a look at this crazy X well. Where could it go? So what did it get up to? It got up to 177 or so in the free market, which is kind of right there. The next high looking left is hard to believe it'll take out two, but man, what a week. I mean, seriously, what a week. Imagine, imagine having some faith or some taking this stock even the week before in the 30-cent range. Now, it would have been hard to hold on. Boy, Unity is has not really. I mean, it had earnings a few days ago, but it was already down so much. This was the one that was getting hammered because I didn't really know too much about this company. I didn't really. In fact, I see it now. It's a software company, games, I guess. And when Amazon, I guess, something to do with Amazon, I think, and that caused this initial drop. And ever since then, it has been just dropping and dropping and dropping. And that is Unity U. Okay, 9:23. I am going to get my layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. So as always, save my layout. All right, let me get that. Oops, where is it? Oh, I don't have my little. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so what this is the top 6 of the ones that I had before. That other, my other layout had the top 15 up. But remember, core is a buyout, so forget about that one. This is an ETF for XYZ. Didn't talk about Battle, BATL. Morning, Mr. Singh. Didn't talk about Battle, BATL, Italian oil, low float. So next high looking left might be, well, obviously that's too close, but see if it pops through that. Any news on this one? Enters into it. This was on the 25th, so that's not today's news. And this is the ETF for Dell. Dell has earnings today. Dell has earnings today. Surprised the volume is not that much, only 60,000 shares. The MRAL, again, this is an ETF for Mara, MARA. So Mara, the stock is up 13% on earnings. And PRAA, I didn't talk about this one because of the volume. The volume is so low right now. I mean, I'm sure it'll pick up. Of course, it will pick up. It's an earnings play. Had earnings after hours yesterday. Holding, holding its after hours gains, but not a lot of volume yet. So that is PRAA. Where could it go? Well, interesting. It is right at the 200-day moving average for PRAA. Next high after that would be 1619. Sunrun on the way down here, guys. Run on the way. And this is an earnings play. Yes, Sunrun is an earnings play also. Let's get this daily chart a little more condensed. So the next low is 1859. So there, yeah, there's room. There is room. This stock is at, no, I'm sorry, but that was 1981. So there's not that much room underneath till it hits that next low. Not saying that's going to block it, of course, but it'd be nicer if it were, clear sailing for about a couple of dollars underneath. And how much volume? Yeah, good volume. Good volume. 559,000 shares. You know what I forgot to do? William gave me his custom formula for that scan he's using in the pre-market. Whoa, look at Duolingo. Look at Duolingo. Holy smokes. Duolingo is having a massive move, guys. Look at that move. 85 to 92. Boom. It's an earnings play, and well, obviously some buyers are stepping in because the volume is good. This is not on like a little volume. Wow, that is a big move. So, question: Do I from Sean, our YouTuber, do I enter in the beginning of a trend on the 2 minute? Well, it depends on what. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't take this one. I mean, look at the. I mean, it's on so parabolic. So, look, had I seen this down here, maybe and a break of the VWAP. I don't know if you're talking specifically about DUOL or just in general, but I'll look at both the 5 and the 2. But had I seen this of the break of the VWAP right there and a hold above the VWAP, I could have been tempted. Well, that's a big pop. Let's see if this is short-lived though. Oh, the market's open. Nobody told me. Okay, guys, the market is open. Let's have a great end to this trading week. Okay. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay. Not that things are completely settled down after 15. Let me get rid of this. And what is the market doing? So you can see what's happening right now. The SPY is trying. It got right into the VWAP. That purple line got into the VWAP. So far, acting as resistance, moving higher. Another big move by the SPY, down 6 points. Sophie Financial. Let's see, SOFI. By the way, silver, guys, silver is the leader right now. This is the leader in terms of the some of the major ETFs. Silver is the leader. So silver plays are in play again. Let's take a look at HYMC. Wow. There's some big sort of recoveries. I'm going to call them. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. AAOI was always up. I thought this was a recovery, but look at AAOI moving. Oh man, look at this one move. This is an earnings play, 65 to 73. Well, if you're asking me in the first 15 minutes, Shaw, I rarely trade in the first 15. I just find things are, yeah, I run the risk, of course, of something like this just running away from me, but I just see too many times stocks do this and then come right back down in the first 15. So I choose to sit it out. Well, look at the XWell, guys. Now the XWell, my goodness. Duolingo, DUOL almost got up to 100. That is crazy action. That is crazy, crazy action. Interesting. Normally we have a halt early on. No halts yet. American Airlines. I don't think this is an earnings play. American Airlines probably being. I don't know if it's being affected by all the cancellations, all the snow you guys got out in the Northeast. Wow, XWell just hard to believe. I don't think I saw any news. I mean, they raised some money, but I mean that's usually not the great news. But they did raise some money a few days ago. Let me on the weekly chart. I'm going to have to look at the monthly now. I think we saw that high right there is about 2. Then there's a high of 241. So that's on a monthly chart. Okay, the market is still testing that VWAP area. Okay, remember the VWAP is moving down, so the market is as a SPY anyway. When I say the market, I'm always just talking about the SPY. So it's testing the VWAP area. Mara's on the move, guys. Mara's an earnings play. Mara's an earnings play. MARA. Mara's on the move. This one, I think, was an earnings play yesterday. EOSE. Yes, it was an earnings play yesterday and continuing down. EOSE continuing down. There's a continue. There's a continuation down off earnings for EOSE. Coupang, CPNG. Is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play, guys. So Coupang is an earnings play. CPNG, an earnings play. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. Actually, we see on the daily chart, the next high is 1975. So a little bit of room on the daily chart. A little bit of room. Wow. I'm in a swing, guys. You probably know which one. I don't know how long I'm going to hold it, but this is from yesterday. Obi knows. It's funny. I asked Gemini to analyze the whole thing, and Gemini convinced me. What's the weak sector right now? SMH semis. Remember how bad semis were yesterday, and the Qs, reflected that. Wow, it's truly unbelievable. I haven't seen one like this for a while, guys. I mean, a stock that was 35 cents. Most of the time, when you see a stock that's 35 cents, and then the next day it gets up to 162, and then it did sell off, close at 122. Usually that'll be it, and then it'll just sink right back down to under a dollar. But not this has just got obviously traders around the world are just taking this with 22 million shares have traded, 789 times normal. And of course, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but I'm sure there are some out there who are just salivating. Okay, now TTD, actually interesting. Now TTD is now below yesterday's close. So yes, it had earnings yesterday, got thumped down, but it had a nice rally basically all day, almost closed at the high of the day. We're now starting to give it up. TTD, just waiting for the first Williams scans to show up. That'll be about 9:45. You know, the star over the last few months really is this AXTI has not succumbed to market pressures at all. It's not quite the lifetime high. That's the lifetime high up here at 41. It's still super strong, super strong. The donut was an earnings play yesterday. Krispy Kreme was an earnings play yesterday. Actually, it was I mean, it was good. Got up to $4 and it closed down at 381. So, but it is moving down now. The NUT donut. All right, guys. What time is it now? 9:40. So we have our first AI alert. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, LBGJ, Monica, you mentioned that one is giving it up. See, that's more typical. That's what I consider more typical of a penny stock that has a run and then for no reason. Okay. I mean, I have no idea if there was any reason in this one. I mean, they had some news. This one's going to buy 51% of the Suho food distribution, but BATL on the move here, guys. Yeah, BATL on the move. The high pre-market was a little over $6. So the Dow, wow. Oh man, Dow's down 600 points. The Dow's down 600 points. I've just seen that now. I mean, and the SPY is down. Of course, the Qs are down. Everything is down right now, guys. Yeah. So this is why this sort of a scan right here, while this race right here could be very interesting on a day that is virtually everything is down, because these stocks are up, but for how long? Seriously, you know, these are large cap stocks that are up. Probably most of them are up because it's an earnings play. X-Ray is an earnings play. Coupang is an earnings play. This is because of the Paramount deal. Well, they are Paramount, okay. But I'd be watching to maybe try to get shorts on these as long as the market keeps moving down like it is. I think Arlo's an earnings play. Yeah, these are all up on earnings, but for how long in the face of this market? It's going to be hard to look at any bounce plays right now. Now these little guys, they don't care so much, okay? Like the BATLs, the EDSAs, they don't care so much about what the market's doing. They kind of trade on their own. Little bios. Speaking of which, EDSA. So is this shortable for me? Not shortable for me. The reason I would be interested in, because look what it's doing. It's getting right into the 200-day moving average, and that as we speak, this is blocking it as we speak. That green line acting as resistance. Doesn't mean it's going to continue acting as resistance all day, of course, but you can see on the weekly chart, it's got right to there. Now, if it can take that out, if it can get through that 200-day moving average and get through $2 on the weekly chart anyway, there is room to 271. Again, not saying it's going to get there, but you can see right now the power of the 200-day moving average is blocking it right now. Like a bit for me to go long anything right now. I mean, I see Coupang showing up on Williams scan, but man, both the two earnings plays. I probably want to take a short on run right here, guys. Let's see, where's the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 1592, so it's below that, and 1495. Okay. Hey guys, run, run, run. Another one to look at is FIGR, an earnings play, FIGR. Now it has bounced a little bit. The alert was at 2888. Let's take a look on the, yeah, because there could be a little bit of support. 28, it would have to get down through all this. This would almost be a lifetime low. Now, I think what happened here, yeah, this is not a big gap down, okay? They stopped trading as FIGR back here. And these guys did an IPO, I guess, back in this month, and they wanted that symbol. Okay. Good one, Ozzy. Yeah, pretty hard not to on the short side. So here's okay. Did Kupang have any sort of a? Not really. Another earnings play, guys. PACS, PACS. Where could it go before it hits? Ooh, it's got some room. It's got some room. Let me 34.83 is a low. There's now have to see it. Well, there's a dollar to the next low. There's a dollar to the next low. All right, Sunrun continues down, guys. Sunrun continues down from Williams scan right there. Okay, Williams not in the room today. Where are you? There you are. 1585 on the short. On another day, I'd love to take a run at this prop PRAA on the long side, but it's very difficult for me to commit to going long anything right now. I will have to settle down. But run, wow, run is you're right. Run is just getting crushed here, down 26% on earnings. Cody is an earnings play. CODI is an earnings play. Where could it go on the monthly chart? You know what? This takes out seven. I'm probably going to take this short. I haven't shorted a stock this well, or should I? Uh, Too bad. Look at Cody. I'd love to short it, except look at the 200-day moving average. There's a low right there. There's a low right there. Too close for me. I wish I'd seen this and the next low was down at six. I'd probably take that short, but I'm not going to do it now. All right, Baldwin Insurance, BWIN. This is an earnings play. Dow is still picking up steam on the downside. BWIN earnings play. It's just hard for me to commit. Okay, how about four here? Four, FOUR is not an earnings play. No bounce yet at all. We've great short guys so far. Great short so far on the run. Earnings play. Um, it had room. Took out that 200-day moving average like nothing. You know what? I profess I didn't. I prefer. I didn't even realize that was there. I wouldn't have taken. I would not have taken the short had I known the 200-day moving average was there. I didn't even see that. Well, will this turn into my favorite day? A big gap down in the market, and then some kind of recovery. Doesn't have to, get all the way back, but some kind of a recovery. You can see what the SPY is doing. It's trying like mad, maybe to take out the VWAP. Wow. Okay, guys, on a weekly chart, where could this keep going? I mean, this is we're in territory right now. 1418 is the next low on a weekly chart. So hard to believe it would take out 14, but ride the wave. Isn't this a freight company, DHT? Not exactly. Boy, this has been on a nice run. DHT, look at the DHT, been on a great run. No, for me, Shaw, the reason you see here, this is on the Williams scan, as I call it. Okay, so there was the short idea at 9:45. Notice there no alerts until at least 9:45 by design. So I'm such a whole number freak that it was underneath 16, and it already had a big drop. It just looked so weak. So right around that area. But I will tell you this: had I seen that 200-day moving average, I wouldn't have taken it. I would not have taken it because I didn't realize I didn't look at that day at the daily chart. Well, I know I looked at it earlier, but I didn't see that the 200-day moving average that was at 1550 odd. So I would not have taken the trade. And so far, just riding the wave. I mean, there's no, the next low looking left is on the weekly chart anyway. I think it said 1411. So just have to wait and see. If it gets close to 15, I'm going to cover some for sure. GRND, this is also an earnings play, guys. GRND, this is also an earnings play. And let's see, but when you look left, $11, 10.94. If it gets through that, for me, just not enough room on the downside before it starts hitting areas that so I'm not going to take that one. So Soundhound is an earnings play. SOUN is an earnings play. The next low looking left, too close. Okay. It's a short opportunity, but it's for me, it's just too close. 853. I've got to, I just have very strict rules when it comes to that. I do not take a trade if I look left and the daily, the lower the high, depending on which way I'm going, is too close. And it doesn't mean that that next low or next high is going to stop it. Okay, obviously it doesn't absolutely mean that, but I almost took the packs, but the problem was it had to pop and it got a little spready. Well, not a little spready. Look how spready it is. Yeah. So I could not take it. 34.49, 35.10. So, I mean, the spread is definitely kept me out of that one. Too bad. Earnings playing. Okay, let's take a look at this one, this AR. Now, this is moving, this is energy play, right? Yeah, gas play. So not being affected that much by the market, I guess. It's not an earnings play. AR is not an earnings play. Next high looking left, 35.63. So a little bit of room. Well, look what BATL did, guys. It popped up and then it got right into the VWAP, and the VWAP looks like it held it. Well, it looks like it did hold it so far. Acted as support. Stock came into the VWAP. Look at the financials, guys. XLF financials is the weakest sector right now. Okay, in terms of a percentage move, it's the weakest sector right now. Okay, now I'm looking at reentries. I wish that just too close. ONMD. For me, it's just too close. I mean, I look at a monthly chart. It certainly has room. Next high is 128 on that monthly chart, though. That's last month's high. It's just too close for me to take the trade. Oh, here's another one. Let's see if this is turning into an interesting short. VSNT. This is not an earnings place. Oh, this is I guess an IPO from last month. VSNT. So AAOI is still up, but look what's happened. So it got through the 200-day move, got through the VWAP. AAOI still up 31%. So here's another one that's up for the day. Okay, it is up for the day. PUB. Mr. Singh, I really think what you should be doing is taking a look at maybe the biggest gainers and maybe, and figuring out a little bit on your own. I mean, there's lots of things that could go up, but it has to meet your trading style, okay? I mean, right now, I mean, with the market, it's pretty tough to go to commit to anything long, with the market being down so much. Now it's trying to have a bit of a rally, but on a day that the market is down so much, I mean, the Dow's down 700. It's a little tough to try to find something that is going to continue higher. But these are large cap stocks that are certainly moving higher. So yeah, I mean, this one is not an earnings play. It has earnings next week, the SNT. Take a look at the RNA guys. Now, a lot of I'm sure people who don't know the story that is this some kind of a spin-off. I'm going to put a price alert just over the view app and see if it has any sort of a rally from there. Okay, and then any other day, I'd probably take this one. This is the Bright Spring. I mean, look how beautiful it is. It's an all-time high. BTSG. It's an earnings play. Um, but again, it's very hard for me to commit to going long. Wow, look at Run now, guys. I mean, Run is getting closer and closer to that 1411. I think that was the low on the weekly chart. 1418. 1418 was the low on the weekly chart. And this is, of course, the reason. So this is so interesting, okay? Sunrun reported better than expected quarterly earnings. So, if that's the only headline you would see, you say, okay, this looks, but issued a disappointing outlook for 2026. So why are you going to buy me? You know, yeah, great. I had a last quarter was excellent, better than expected. But I mean, this is pretty amazing, guys. They posted earnings of 38 cents a share, well ahead of analyst expectations of 3 cents. Okay, you would think, okay, that has to pop it up, but they're guiding very poorly coming up to the in this year. So again, why would you buy it? It's that is that simple. Why would you buy it? I mean, if you'd seen that they were expecting analysts were expecting 3 cents, and they actually got 38 cents a share. I'll bet you that most people here would say, well, that has to go up, no matter what the guidance is. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, Arlo is an earnings play, okay, and it's through the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play. It has, you know what? If this can take out 16, I may have to nibble on this because look at that. The next high in the weekly chart is way up here around 19. So there's certainly room on the weekly chart. It's an earnings play. Obviously, one of the few earnings plays that is ripping higher. But the market is trying to recover a little bit. Okay. Right now, the SPY is through the VWAP. Guys, run is getting, wow. In fact, it's below that 1418. It's right at that 1418. This is getting serious now. You know what? Why not? Get a price alert just under 14 and see if it can even get down through that 14 level. Just getting crushed here at 30, just because, well, not just, I mean, it's certainly important when a company guides very poorly. Obviously, they've guided very poorly for the upcoming year. Well, I'm sure they've, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are a bunch of downgrades, but I have to admit, a company that's, when the expectation is 3 cents a share and they make 38 cents a share, which is, obviously a huge, huge percentage increase. Okay, there's a bounce. Okay, there is the first bounce now. Okay, guys, so this is the first time. This is the sort of the first I would call major bounce. So I've taken some off. Okay, taken some off. I'm not going to get out of the whole position though because it's still the cloud is still weak. But you see how parabolic it got. Much better when it's narrower for me anyway. The way I look at it. All right, guys. Arlo's on the move here. Arlo took out that whole number. Okay, Arlo took out that whole number. ARLL took out the whole number. It's over 16. It's an earnings play. It has got room on the monthly, certainly on the monthly. It's got room on the weekly. And the market is sort of, well, not sort of, the market is bouncing. Keep an eye on Arlo for sure. I mean, the longer it holds over 16, in my opinion, it could go on a bit of a run because it's got the room. And you can see some bounces. I mean, look at the bounce now on run. I'm out of it now. Look at the bounce on run. So who knows? Maybe this will turn in my favorite day. Big gap down, and at least maybe let's call it. Give me 45 minutes to an hour recovery, okay, to take advantage of some of these ones that have been beaten up. All right, guys, it's 10:10 now. I'm going to go over my home page. Now, why did I have a price alert for figure? Is that on the way down or on the way up? On the way down, FIGR. So that's on the way down. Ah, that's taking out all this. Now, again, this is not a big drop. This stop trading as FIGR. Several years ago, this company went public here. They wanted that symbol. It was available. So so don't look at this and think that was a massive drop. The Penske Files, PSKY guys. Again, this is the Paramount. So they've basically won the bidding for Warner Brothers. But what a nice little gift. Well, I mean, Netflix wanted it, of course, but I guess to temper the disappointment that we're getting $2.8 billion out of the breakout clause. All right, going to go over my homepage now. Probably very few. If William were here, he would have got that reference. Probably a few of us will get that the Penske Files. All right, guys, there is a way in which you can take it. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm going to go over some of the information you can find on it. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, which is fine, okay, but you'll get the 15% discount will apply to the first month only. And of course, the 15%, if you take it on annual, is for the entire year. And it doesn't matter whether you take a standard subscription or a premium subscription, okay? So all I ask, if you take out a subscription, I would really appreciate it if you use my code. Why? Excuse me, I'm moderating two trading rooms, the YouTube room and the main room here. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, there is another room. It's called the trading room. It is free also. And why is it important to use my code? Because the rooms are free, and the company, if they see enough people using my code, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. I don't buy a house in our YouTube room. So that's all. So if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, just please use my code. Now, a little bit more information about this trading room. If you're sitting there in YouTube and wondering, well, what is this one all about? It is free, but here are the benefits, if you want to call them benefits. This room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so it's a little early for me. But thank you, Obi. Every day I'm going to say thank you, Obi. Obi opens this room up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for some interaction with other traders in the pre-market, come into this room. Also, now on a normal day, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. William, who's not here today, usually keeps this room open till say 3:30, 3:45. He's not here today. So Obi, I don't know what you want to do. If you want to leave when I leave, that's fine. Okay. So that's all about the trading room. And there's no delay. YouTube imposes about a 7-second delay. And this room, there's no delay. So again, if you're just looking for more interaction amongst traders, you can come into the trading room. It's free. Education. If you do take out before I do that, I always forget. If you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. You click on my homepage link, scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week, okay? This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us, okay? If you sign up and you don't think you're getting it. Again, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Education. So if you've taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or if you're wondering about the product, click on the education section, and you'll see right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. So this is mandatory. First thing you must do, okay? You're getting started with Trade Ideas. If you're just taking out a subscription, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, but you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You know, trying us for a month, you can always unsubscribe. The monthly is just month to month, so you can always unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you, okay? A free series of videos. If you're new to trading, there are 15 of them. I would really recommend you take a look at that. The program is called Trade Ideas. It doesn't teach you how to trade. It generates ideas, okay? But if you click on a symbol, in one of your ideas or something that I'm sharing, and when you click on a symbol, and if you don't know what the chart is trying to tell you, I mean, Trade Ideas is not going to help you there. So, looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, if you click if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top, scroll down, and in the section that says custom scans, click on that. Okay. So this is what you can actually see. You can see the large cap gainers is right here. This is a race. This is a what we call a compare count window, comparing movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. These are all real-time alerts that you're seeing here. These are basically imagine two competing scans with very similar filters and just running them off against each other. I do have another race. I don't have it up and running. It's a more volatile race than this one. Halts resumes is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. So I mean, okay, the pre-market act is up and down. You do any sort of pre-market work. I mean, this is what is going to tell you what's moving in the pre-market. Now, it doesn't mean that once the market opens, it's going to go in the same direction. Excuse me, the same direction. But at least it gives you an idea about what are the very active stocks in the pre-market that could be, obviously could be still active over the course of the day. These are three other scans that I have. I'm not using them right now, but you can take a look at them. A momentum scan, a gap scan, and a Pepe combo scan. Okay. And I think I'm going to add the Williams scan right here after hours today. All right, guys, I'm still kind of watching the Arlo. I want to see if it gets back over 50.90. It doesn't look that good, though. But I will put a price alert over the 16 level for the Arlo, and that showed up on the Williams scan. A little bit above it, but I liked it, of course, because of all the room it had. But just because I thought it could go up doesn't mean it's going to. So I'll put a price alert up here and see if it takes it out later on. Check on the open, sure, Ryan. Let's see, BATL, that got halted on the way down, though, didn't it? Yeah. So that got halted on the way down. No clue yet. Oh, there we are. It's yes, an Amex stock. So I find that the stocks that are non-Nasdaq stocks don't give a big clue as to where it's going to open. So what I'm displaying here, for those of you who don't know, what I'm displaying here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, this blue screen. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price at 492. This column can give you maybe a little glimpse into the future as to where it could open, but there's no real clue here, okay? And typically, if you don't know about halts and resumes, typically they are 5-minute halts. And if this is, well, this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt, because had it been a 5-minute halt, this would have opened at 10:20 plus 22 seconds. And we're past that now. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Usually, it's usually a multiple of 5. So the next one would be 10 minutes. How big was that run? So even though it didn't turn, okay, I mean, it didn't transition to blue. My, I'm 100% sure. Yeah, on the 1 minute chart. So this is how I use the TI wave. Okay, this is what it's going to be called, the TI wave, Trade Ideas Wave. This is how I use it. Okay, so I'm trying to stay in the trade as long as I can. Okay, I'm looking at the 2 minute chart. But when I start to see something like this curling, even though it did not transition to blue, I'll go to my a lower time frame, in this case, a 1 minute chart, and you can see how it transitioned to blue. And that doesn't mean it's going to just keep moving higher, of course, but that was my on that little curl up. That was my clue to get out of the trade. Now it may just come all the way back down, but I'm not going to attempt it. I mean, to me, the big move is already done. Notice there are some more stocks coming in here now. Okay, now that the market has put on a little bit of a pop. Okay, so you can see what's happened. So around here, what time was that? That was 9:30. So on the market open, it got down through the VWAP, tested it a few times, and then finally at 10 o'clock, it made a little surge above it. Tried to get below it again at 10:10 or 10:20, and but looks like the VWAP is trying to act as support for a while anyway. And let's see if it does. And if it does, the market can have a nice little recovery. So a very fast morning. So in keeping with what I normally do now, I'm going to click on new from our toolbar. Okay, click on new from the toolbar. I'm going to click on dock to channel bar, not channel bar, dock to channel bar. Uh, just a brief explanation, okay? And I know I say it every time. I don't know why the company keeps this channel bar option open, because if you click on the channel bar, this is what you're going to see. These are channels that we've had in the past. But if you click on one of them, what's going to happen is your layout will disappear. Now, you've saved it to the cloud. I mean, it doesn't mean it's gone forever, but that was the problem with the old channel bar. You couldn't kind of surf through the different channels because your layout would disappear. So I think that was really preventing people from using the channel bar. So they created the dock to channel bar, because watch what happens when and I'm going to click on show more because I want to get down to the sector status. Click on sector status, but look what happens. I click on that channel. These are all theme-based channels, okay? I click on the channel, but my layout remains, okay? My layout remains. So I don't have to worry. So that means I can kind of I can surf through all these channels and not have to worry about, not worry, but it was just a pain. Your layout would disappear. You have to bring it back. So it really prevented people, I think, from surfing through the channels. But here we are in the sector status. So I like to do this every single day now. Some of you using trade ideas, this might be a bit of a light bulb moment. This might be the reason you use trade ideas. Okay, looking at this sector status. So these are some of the sectors that we're following. Not every single sector, but some of the sectors that we're following. Silver right at the top here. SLV is the top sector of the day right now, up 3.6% from yesterday's close. XLP, staples, not it's up a little bit, but you can see that 63% of them are down from yesterday's close. Doesn't mean they're all getting killed, but look at XLF, down 2.2%. So this is the weak sector of the day. You just have to scroll down, and here's the strong sector of the day. So if you were thinking of trading silver, I don't mean this, but a silver company, you should be looking at silver just to see, am I going with the trend or am I going against the trend? Well, obviously, if you want to trade silver today, you're going with the trend. Now, of course, silver could drop. Let me get silver up here. So that's why if I wanted to trade silver today, silver stocks today, I would have this thought, I would have silver thumbnailed somewhere so I keep an eye on what this sector is doing. Why would I want to go against the sector? If like yesterday, silver was dropping, so why would I want to take a silver play unless the stock had specific news for itself? And maybe it's an earnings play or had specific news for itself. Okay, now these are 11 of the top sectors that we've got here. So another way to look at this. Well, let's take a look at financials. Where are the financials? Right there. Okay, XLF. 81% are down from yesterday's close. But look at this one, MKTX, for whatever reason, MKTX is up. Okay, it's the top performing stock in the sector. What's the worst one? Scroll down. Look at this, AXP, just American Express, just getting crushed today. 6.8%. COF, Capital One. This is, I think that's Morgan Stanley. But so you could, in theory, maybe pick a couple of sectors to track all day long and just look at the strong one and the weak one in the sector, and maybe try to figure out a way to trade them. Okay. Let's take a look at another one. Is there any strong sector? There is not. I mean, arguably, you could say, well, XLE is the strongest sector. Remember, we don't have, not counting silver, I'm just talking about the 13 that or 11 that we've got. EQT, so the energy plays 50-50. So 50% are up, 50% are down. EQT, some kind of a, wasn't this buyout or something to do with buyout information? But there's EQT. But what's the worst one? For whatever reason, MPC is down. Okay. So for some of you, this is maybe all you'll do. Just track the strong and weak stocks in a given sector and figure out a way to trade them. Look at Duolingo, guys. Looks like it's going to get over 100 now. DUOL. Wow, what a great recovery. And here's NLR. This is the ETF for the uranium and the nukes. I'll get rid of this, but it might be an idea. That's all. I'm just trying to show this. I would do this anyway, okay? Because I'd like to see what are the top sectors, what are the worst sectors right now, and maybe zero in on a couple that are, in the top end or the bottom end in a particular sector. Now remember, you don't have to ask me for this. This is part of it's a channel called Sector Status from the Doc channel bar. You don't have to ask me for it. So look at Duolingo. You talk about, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, this reminds me just like the TTD yesterday. TTD yesterday got hammered down on earnings, and yet it had a nice recovery most of the day, even though the market was down. And certainly the market is down today, and yet this is just having a great recovery. I mean, it's right at the high of the day. You just never know. You just never know. So remember, this is a trading room. Both of them are trading rooms, but also support. So if you have a question, again, don't be shy, okay? Look at silver. Silver is still ripping. Well, ripping. It's still strong, up 4%. My guess is that HYMC is probably one of the leaders, just because it's one of the lower. Actually, interesting. It is not moving with silver. Interesting. Take a look at SBM. That's another one. Cheap. These are cheap ones. Yeah, modestly moving with silver. So these stocks here, these are large cap stocks, okay, and they're basically bucking the trend for the day. You can see them here. I mean, these are large cap stocks. They're up for the day because Paramount is all about winning the buyout of Warner Brothers over Netflix. Siri, who I am listening to Siri right now. Oops, sorry guys. How many Apple products did I activate when I said Siri? Well, there's Run, guys. I mean, I'm not in anymore, but look at that. It took out 14. Good. So I did activate a couple of. I don't. I'm not an Apple person, so I don't have anything. I don't have to worry about saying Siri. All right, guys. Wow. I'm just. Well, okay. There is Siri, though. It's not an earnings play, though. It's interesting that it is up. They're did a $1.25 billion senior notes offering. That was yesterday. Was that after hours? That was after hours. So the market is reacting nicely to that. Boy, look at Run. Just still getting kicked. Well, I've missed a few on the Williams scan to go long. I was fixated on the Arlo. I thought that would be not an obvious one, but oh man, look at I've missed out a few. Look at Relay at 10:07, 10:28. It is now 10:80, and this is an earnings play. And I was fixated on the Arlo because okay, it was an earnings play. It hadn't had any pullback at all. It just didn't do it. But look at Relay. Wow, Sunrun continues down here. Man, oh man. I mean, there's been some really nice longs, some very nice longs from this scan. And I'm just looking here. We saw this one. I just couldn't convince myself to go long anything. 22.29, but 22.73. It's an earnings play. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, the one I stated on that I thought had the most chance was the Arlo, just because it had a ton of room. Got the alert at 15.92. I waited for a 16 break. Was watching to see how well it held 16. Didn't hold it well. So I still have an alert. Maybe later on, maybe, but yeah. Here's the VEEA, and it is a penny play. You guys in your penny plays. There's the VWAP. There is the VWAP. Of course, everybody is just wondering, okay, what could be, excuse me, what could be the next, give me a moment. Guys, guess who hit 100? Guess what hit $100? And we are talking Duolingo. Yep. Look at that. What a $14 from, well, maybe even more. Yeah, $15 from the low of the day, a low in the pre-market, $15. It took out that VWAP and, really, the VWAP, of course, is rising, took it out early. It came into it, held, 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 held. Malheureusement, I am not in it. For those of us who speak a little French out there, I'll give you a big merci beaucoup on that one then, Rick. Obviously, you speak French. Boy, look at silver, guys. It is just continuing. It is just continuing higher and higher here. Had the drop yesterday, but look what it did, though. I mean, look what silver did. Even though it was, in fact, silver actually finished positive for the day. But a good sign, of course, is you get into you watch a stock, and if it closes at the high of the day, right near the high of the day, that could signify that there could be a next day continuation. Okay, does it absolutely have to be? But think about it this way. You get into a stock and it looks really great, and then it comes back down and maybe closes halfway between the day's range. Then if you wanted to take that stock, it's going to maybe battle with yesterday's high, if that makes sense. Whereas if the stock closes at the high of the day, you don't have to worry about battling trying to get. Remember, we're talking tomorrow now, okay? When you're looking at that stock, so you don't have to battle. Well, does it have to? It won't have to take out yesterday's high because that's where it closed. Now, it doesn't mean 100% of the time that, of course, it's going to run from there. But I would much rather see a stock close near the high of the day than close halfway in the day's range. I'm not familiar with that. Infiniment. I'm not familiar with that. I grew up in Montreal, so that's why I have my smattering of French still. Oh, I could understand that meant infinity or infinitely, but I've never heard it used like that. All right, guys. Let's see if there's anything on the downside. It's interesting. Other than run, I would have thought that. Now this is the Williams scan, okay, which I probably will add it. I just, we're still in, even though I don't think we're in earnings season at all, but so many of these are earnings plays, and there's obviously a lot of stocks that have hit. I would have thought that, and anything in pink is a suggestion to short. But other than run, I mean, there could have been other ones, but other than run, which was an awesome short right here, a lot of these ones that were in green, which was a suggestion to go long, really worked. even on a day where the market is still down. I mean, yes, the market's recovered a bit, but it's still down. Dow is still down 580. Qs are recovering though. The Qs are definitely recovering. Looking at SMH, you can see how the recovery in SMH, the semis, the component of the Qs, of course. So now, if Duolingo takes out 100 on the downside, look at that wave. Look at the wave. So again, surprised I just don't get more questions about the TI wave, as it'll now be called. Um, More questions about it. If you want to have it on your charts, just let me know. I'll show you how you can get it on your charts. Part of the standard service, and I can show you a video to watch. I, I, it has really helped me keep in trades way longer than I ever used to. And it's not for me. It's not a matter of seeing a buy flag or a sell flag, though I sure hope someday that the company will somehow find a way so we get an alert when we see a buy flag or a sell flag. Okay, let's take a look at this rate, not just race, but this compare count, movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Yeah, okay. So here, for you guys who don't mind the penny plays, so I was trying to, I can remember the X well. So I mean, I guarantee there are traders out there worldwide saying, okay, what could be the next X well? Some stock, that obscure stock that 4 days ago, 3 days ago was a 36-cent stock, that today got up to 220. So I mean, I'm not saying that V, don't see it here now, but the VEEA is going to be that one. But where was it this morning? Yesterday it was a 42-cent stock. I mean, it's still the difference between this one and the other one is that came from 30 cents and it closed way over a dollar. Hard to believe this will happen with this one, but you never know. So I'm not saying to take this one because I think it's going to do X well, like an X well. Okay, understand? Okay, I'm not, so not a recommendation. Boy, here's another one. I mean, I'm just very, 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 very surprised. These are all the green ones. So here's NATL, alert at 45.58. And before it pulled back at all, got up to 46.61. There's a dollar move in it, in a tough market, in a very tough market. And it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. So you can look at that and say, well, it's an earnings play. So it obviously had good news, or the market reacted nicely to it. Now this is an earnings play. Okay, so I look at this 1550. Um, the next low on a weekly chart, I can't even see it. I mean, I know it's down 37%. You're gonna have to back out the monthly chart to see where is the next low on even on a monthly chart. So what are we now? 1546. So there is a low. Yeah, maybe there's some near-term support. Next low is 1450. Well, I mean, there's a dollar to the next low on the monthly chart anyway, but that's a big move down already. Okay, the battle opened, and that was a long halt. That was a what was a 10-minute halt? Oh boy, look what I missed out on, guys. The ONMD from our AI on the reentry. Well, okay, let's take a look at some of the other reentries. So if you have our AI, if you're a premium subscriber and you have our AI, let me know if you don't know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about reentry. Okay, anybody out there with our AI and how I'd watch the AI alerts? I'll show you how to watch them, but also keep an eye on the reentry price. Because we had a reentry for the ONMD at 107. So where could it go? On a monthly chart, obviously a ton of room. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. I mean, it has some room to 150. Now, I always think that the 50-cent level for stocks under $5 can be a little bit like a whole number block, can be. I will. Okay, Dell. So first of all, this is how I would watch to make it really, really easy on yourself. Instead of going to the channel, the AI channel, I would click on, just give me a moment, get that out of there. Okay, I would go from click on new from the toolbar, and you see where it says premium AI strategy trades window. I don't know if that's how you or anybody else is monitoring the AI, but that's, in my opinion, that's the best way to do it. It's the easiest way, a less complicated way to do it. When you click on that, this is what you're going to see, something like this. Now, the thing to do in that filter section, you see where it says this is a drop down. If the default is none. I'm sorry. The default is the profitable trades. Uncheck it. Okay. Uncheck the profitable trades. What they're trying to do is just show you the ones that are working right now, but then you won't see the reentries. And anyway, even if that, I would want to see the alerts all day long because yeah, sometimes the AI is a little early on something, and it could be setting up slightly lower than the price, the original alert price. So I use this like a watch list, okay, when I can pay more attention to it. So uncheck it. Now you see them all. Notice we have a reentry column here. Now that I think the company has added that as a default. I think, and you'll see that there's a reentry price. So what does that mean? If you had taken ONMD at 109, now this is a very tight stop, at 106, you would have got stopped out, okay? But you had an opportunity. Now, this is such a tight stop. The way the reentry works is that if a stock hits the stop price at any time during the day, and then comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop, you'll get a reentry price. Now, again, in this case, I mean, it's so tight, 109, 106, so approximately halfway between that is 107. But that would give you an opportunity if you had taken it the first time and got stopped out, or what I like to do is just wait. I wait to see if there are any reentries over the course of the day, and that's what gets me more interested. Okay, you don't have to. I mean, you can take if you want to take the trade immediately, but I like to wait for the reentries. Now, I'll tell you right now. Here's another one for the TTEC 268. I mean, it's 268 now. Maybe though later on, maybe it starts to move. Like another fairly tight stop. On these cheap ones, the stops are pretty tight. So 272 got stopped out at 264, and then the reentry at 268. So if you just wait for reentries, which I tend to do, this one is not working. That they're not all going to work, of course. This is a short, 81.33, but obviously on a short, it's not working. They're not all going to work, but certainly in this case, 107 to 133, great percentage move. So does that make sense? And if you don't have the other reentry, I would also, if you don't have the reentry time column, I would also add that. You can add the new, there's a new stop, but I would add the reentry time. So it's a good idea to know when that reentry happened. If you don't have that column, all these columns, if you right click in the body of the window and go to columns, you can scroll down, it's alphabetical order. And so you could add, if you don't have the reentry, if you don't have the reentry price, or sorry, the time, I would add that so you know when it happened. To add any, I know I said every time I see this, we have way too many columns, way too many. But all you have to do to add a column, so there's the time. If you left click on it to highlight it and then left arrow it over, it's already there, so I don't have to do it. And then it'll show up. And again, to understand how the AI works, you will not get any alert until at least 9:40. And that's by design, okay? You will not get an alert earlier than 9:40. So we had a couple at 9:40 and 9:42, 9:43. And typically, usually the AI doesn't give too many alerts after about 11 o'clock. All times Eastern, of course. Okay? All right, guys. Well, for those of you who are a bit in for or don't mind a little bit of an adventure, take a look at the DUOL adventuresome. I guess that was the word I was looking for. So here's a DUOL. Okay, now it's getting underneath a dollar. Sorry, $100. Let's take a look at it on a 1 minute chart to see if it actually has transitioned from blue to orange. Yes. Okay. Now, does it mean it's going to understand what's happening here? Strong trend. Okay. Blue flattening out. Now it's suggesting the trend is weakening. Doesn't mean it's just going to collapse, but you can see what's happening now, and it's a very weak earnings play. I think the astonishing thing is that it had such a bounce. So just the one trade today so far, guys, for me, and that was the Sun Run short. All right, guys. Well, it's almost 11 o'clock, so I've been a very fast morning. Look at Duo, guy. Look at Dual DUOL now, guys. I mean, the longer it holds under 100, So at 11 o'clock, sorry, at noon Eastern time, I will be taking a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Andy Lindloff from Trade Ideas will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. He'll be there from 12 to 1 as I take my break. Before I do take my break, of course, in the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy. Listen to that nice Texas twang of his. Look at Silver, guys. Silver is just ripping. Look at that Silver move. I, you know what? What is HYMC doing now? I mean, is it still negative? Interesting. This is it's interesting that HYMC, which has had a tremendous run, is so this is running counter to the to the overall silver sector. Oh man, look at that relay. That relay was awesome. 1028 on the alert. 11. Oh man. And look how beautiful the wave is, guys, on a 2-minute chart. Okay. Look how beautiful it is. So when I say beautiful, what I look for is a narrow wave, which means it's not getting too parabolic. Look at the volume that just came in, though. Look at the volume that's coming into. It's almost the biggest volume 2-minute bar of the day. So when I say beautiful, I'm talking. When the wave is narrow, it means that it has not gone too parabolic. So why is that good? I mean, obviously, if it goes parabolic and you're in down here, sure, that's what you want to see. But the problem is if you're in here, let's say you took the trade right around here, starts getting a parabolic. The way I look at it anyway, is that you're going to get traders saying, it's getting too parabolic. I'm going to take some off. Okay. But the longer it just maintains sort of a narrow wave and with the bars, the bottom of the bars still touching the top of the wave, it just, for me anyway, visually, it helps me keep in the trade a lot longer. Now, had I been in this trade down here, you see how that, I don't know if it might be hard to see, but on that 2-minute, you see how the bar actually pierced below the wave? I probably would have taken some off right there. Okay, that's probably what I would have done had I been in this trade here. Just because maybe the trend was starting to change, but by taking some off, this really allows you to keep in the trade a lot longer. In the past, it's very possible I would have been out of my entire position on a move like that. Get a little jumpy. But the past is no more. The future is now watching this and keeping in the trade a lot longer. That's for me anyway. All depends on where you were in it, though, Easy, right? I mean, you have to obey your stop. It depends where you got into the trade. Well, you still made good money on it. I mean, from 1001 to 1089, that is really good money. And but what I would have done is probably taken some off in this area, some off, not the entire position. So what were you doing? You had a trailing stop moving higher and higher, I guess. I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with that, and it could have just kept moving down, down, down. So, but I've just found that this is just a wonderful visual way of keeping in a trade. Okay, a visual way of keeping in a trade. And there's nothing wrong. I mean, using a trailing stop, many do. But probably if I had been in this trade at 1001, yeah, There's no question I would have been out some right here. No question. I just wouldn't have been out the entire position. All right, you guys are talking about ETSA. I don't see it here. I'm surprised I don't see it here. So does anybody want me to I haven't been going over the races in that much detail the last, several days, but if anybody wants me to go over the concept of racing, just let me know and I will do it. Okay, just the concept of racing. I'll go over this race specifically, but just the concept of racing. Don't be shy, okay? For those of you who are sitting out there wondering, "Well, I don't want to, I wanna do that." Listen, for instance, with when Dell asked about, the reentry, I'm sure there were other people that wanted to know also, but they just people are just shy sometimes to ask a question. Oh, just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back again. Okay, sorry. It's always a class. Usually William is a class clown, but I guess you have to adopt take the mantle from him because he's not in the room today. William is not in the room today. So, okay, racing. Let me go over this, okay, and the concept of racing. So, before I do that, though, I want to go direct you to the guide, and you're doing an admirable job. Okay, so for those of you in YouTube wondering who I'm talking about, there is another room. Okay, that's the main action is in the other room. You got people on YouTube are very shy. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, I'm just showing you this now. Okay, for those of you interested in the concept of racing, I just want to show you this now. So scroll down a little bit, go to the educate, click on the more info, and up here is the guide, the user guide. Okay, click on the user guide, and TI stock racing is right here. Okay, so I'm going to go over the racing, but here's your guide. Here's your reference to everything I'm going to talk about. All right. That's your reference because I don't expect anybody to remember everything that I'm going to talk about. So here is your reference. I think it's excellent. A couple of videos probably, and a lot of good information is there. So racing, concept of racing. I'm running now. Everything is customizable. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Okay. Why 4-minute race? That's what I chose several years ago when we introduced racing. You can run whatever time period you want. You don't have to follow me. And why 4? I really don't know. I just picked 4 and I've stuck with it. So I'm just going to wait for this kind of race. It usually takes 30 seconds to kind of rev up. We're at Le Mans and the engines are going, and then boom, the flag comes down. So the race is off. So now this is not a volatile race. The other race the other race is a much more volatile race that I'm sharing, but I want to show you this race. So 0.52%. What does that mean? Again, not a huge percentage move, but that means that since the race started, Relay, this stock has moved 0.52%. Now, in this race, because it's a large cap race and a minimum volume is 50 million, et cetera, I'm going to show you what I'm using. You're not going to get like massive percentage moves. Rarely you're going to get anything over 1. Well, not rarely, but to get anything over a 1% move just because of the market cap. The other race that I don't have up and running, you can get some really big moves, 10, 20%. So you're wondering, well, why don't I use that one? Because it's very volatile. And so, yes, you get a 10, 20% move up, and then you can just move down in an instant. So this is, if you are looking for a less volatile race, less volatile stocks to follow, this is better for that. But I digress. So what happens here, like any other race, there will be a winner at the end of this race. And the race will be over in about 2 minutes. And so what happens here is that there is automatically a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. It happens automatically. So you can see that PSKY, Paramount, has won 6 races. The aforementioned Relay has won won the last race. So if you had been looking at that, that's what these numbers mean. That 3 turned to 4 because it won the last race, and so on. Okay, so these are the ones that have won. These are the top 10 so far today. So this is what I would do. First of all, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on the symbol. You see a race, you see something at the top. Again, I almost feel like I should load the other race because it's a lot more dynamic, but you just understand, what is going on here. So here's OPCH. That's beautiful. I mean, look at that little run. So just because it is only moved 0.17%, when you click on it, you can see something that looks very nice. Okay, it doesn't mean you just hop into the trade, of course, but the U has been super active the last 2 days after I had earnings. So I would click on anything that is leading a race. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. I would click on anything that is in the list here. And anything that's won a race before, I would click on it, see what's happening. These are stocks that are not necessary. I mean, they could have pulled back a little bit. Okay. So they're not necessary, but they're going to be near the high of the day, and I'm going to show you why. So again, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it. Now, the question has to be, for those of you looking at this maybe for the first time, well, why are these stocks showing up? So if I right-click in this race and the box pops up, one of the options is Open Top List. Look how few. Now, if I had that other race up and running, that list would be huge. Okay, it'd be full. Why are there so few? Because when I right-click on it and click on Configure, this is what I'm looking for. So if the price is between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, up 2% from yesterday's close, that's fine. But this is what really prevents a lot of stocks from showing up. The market cap has to be at least $500 million. The stock has to have a minimum 50 million in the float. But this is really what's preventing a lot of stocks from showing up, especially on a day like today when the market's down. That 95 in the position in the day's range, if that were at 100, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the range, right at the high of the day. This is what's called a position in the day's range. So I'm looking for stocks near the high, within literally in the 95%. Again, 100 if we're there would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So 95 is going to show me stocks that are near the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Understand? You don't have to have the same type of filters. Okay, it's all customizable. That's what I want to see though. Notice what happens when I right click on this top list window, launch the real time stock race. So all races are started from a top list window. Now, this is not a static list. There will be stocks coming in and out of this list all day long as stocks either meet the filter requirements that I had or drop out, aren't meeting them anymore. So this is not a static list. This doesn't mean that this is it for the day. And on days where the market is up a lot, this list will be a lot more full. Okay. So you could take this scan if you want, or this race if you wanted it, and you could adjust the filter settings to your style. And I'll show you how you can do that. So are people clear on how you create your own race? So you could create your own top list window with your own set of your price range that you like. If you have any trading experience at all, add the filters that you might like, and then run the race on it. You can also create a symbol list, a watch list of just the stocks that you want to follow. You might have a basket of stocks that you like to follow every day, maybe 20 or 30 stocks, and that's what you want to follow every day. You would create what we call a symbol list and then attach it to the top list window, and then that's what you're following all day long. Or it could be different. It could be a different list every day. Maybe you do some evening work, and you look at the stocks and you find stocks that you really want to follow the next day. You create a symbol list of those stocks, and you attach it to your top list and launch the race. So it's only going to monitor those stocks. So it's pretty, so the race is totally customizable. Now, if you like this race, but you wanted to change certain aspects of it, easy way to do it. I'm going to right click on it because I don't want to stop the race. I'm going to duplicate the race. So you see this gear here. If you click on the gear, so here are a couple that you can change immediately, like the price range and the minimum volume. Okay, if that's all you wanted to change, you say, I like the concept of this race, but I want a different price range. Maybe I want to change the volume. But if you want to change like more or add things, then you would click on the advanced, and you can see here is what I'm using. So here are the values that I'm using. Okay. And so you could adjust any one of these values, or again, if you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add a filter that you like, okay, to this. Those stocks have to be above the 50-day moving average, above the 200-day moving average, things like that. Okay, if you have, again, you have to have some trading experience, obviously, to understand what you might want to add as a filter, but you can see how it's easily customizable. And then you launch the race based on your situation. Okay. Now, in order to stop a race, if you have now the other thing too, if you load this race right now, you're not going to see my top 10. Your race starts. So let's just say you loaded it at 11:15. That is 11:15 Eastern time. Your race will start then, and then you will build your own top 10 list from 11:15 on. So don't think that, well, wait a minute, I just loaded your race. How come I'm not seeing all these? Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Your race will start to build your top 10 list from when you loaded the race. Okay. Which plan? The standard plan, if that's your question, Mr. Singh. Part of the standard service, if that's what you're talking about. So, how to stop? If you stop a race you click on the square there, and now the race stops. So here's how you can make some other adjustments. Remember now, all this is in the guide. So now once the race is stopped, I can right-click in the body of the race, and then click on the show race setup. This is showing me what I'm using in this race setup. Notice it says minutes to run, 4. So this is how long I want my race to run. Standard plan, Mr. Singh. Standard plan. You don't need the premium. We only have two plans: standard and premium. So standard. So minutes to run. I pick 4 minutes. You want to run a 5 minute race, a 10 minute race, a 3 minute race? Go ahead. This is probably the other thing that you may or may not want to change. See, I'm pointing at this auto start at load, unload. What that means is if you check that, that means when you load trade ideas at any time in the day, the race will start. So, for instance, in the pre-market. So if you load trade ideas before 9:30, yes, the race will work in the pre-market. Or if you like come in late in the day at 11 o'clock, noon, whatever. That's when your race will start if you click on auto start unload. What I've done is I've clicked on auto start at time 9:30. You don't have to do the same thing. No, for AI alerts, you need our premium service, Mr. Singh. Okay, for the AI alerts, if you're talking about this, you need our premium service. But as a beginner, I would probably just stick with the standard plan until you get some trading experience. Okay, so here's how you can kind of customize a little bit more your race. Here's how you can race lanes 10. That's why I've got 10 stocks in here. Okay, but all that's in the guide. So are there any questions about the race? Yeah, you're right. AAOI is starting to turn over. All right, guys. So 11:18. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking a break. So good time to ask questions. If you look at silver, my goodness, silver is just ripping higher and higher and higher. And the weak sector is still financials is the weakest sector. It's rallied a little bit, but look what it's doing. It's trying to get it's into the VWAP. XLF is into the VWAP, that purple line. And so far, you can see how many attempts it's tried to get through. Look on the 5 minute chart, even more dramatic. Okay, how many times it's tried to get through. Well, another cheapie, guys. Oh boy, here's BNAI. I know I put a price alert on this one a couple of days ago. So BNAI, that is the high, 31.51. So I better put a price alert there. Now, again, this is a very, very risky, volatile stock, okay? And a very low float. There's usually no, if you look for news about why it's moving, you probably won't find any ever. But what traders are looking at, of course, is the day it hit 80 or 86 on no news. I see Duolingo actually got back over 100. I thought it might have a big drop, but maybe a $5 drop, but nope. So Duolingo, DUOL, is back at 100. All right, guys, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. All right, Crimea River, CRI. This is an earnings play. Suggestion to short 32.25. So there is some room. There is some room. When I say a suggestion to short, this is from William Scan. Um, right at the whole number. Market is, I mean, it's not ripping high or anything like that, but at least it's kind of holding over the VWAP and making lower, higher lows being made. Don't understand the question, Mr. Singh. I mean, the standard plan just allows you to create your own scans. Okay, basically, anything you see here is part of the standard plan. The main difference between standard and premium is the access to the AI. Okay, but you have to have trading experience. I mean, even you get an alert in here, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. You've got to have some trading experience. The AI will just give you a list of stocks automatically for you, but you still have to understand how trading works, looking at charts and all that. But that's the main difference between our standard and our premium plan. You probably should be using our simulator also to take trades. Okay, practice trading using our simulator. It's part of the standard service. It uses our real time data. Funny, I don't see ETSA. You keep talking about ETSA. I just don't see it anymore. EDSA. Now that was 11:05. You said, oh, half an hour ago. Right, it's obviously not making new highs. It's just kind of hanging in the area here. EDSA. There's the high of the day. So you will see it here if it makes a new high, though it has to have volume, and it also has to have some volume. Wow, the Giga Cloud, that was a nice one from the scan. I did not take it. I sort of was watching in this area underneath the VWAP, but I got distracted, and now it's moving down. GCT. Whoa, what happened here? Whoa, something happened on my windows got all jumbled up. Morning, Todd. All right, guys. Well, Arlo is trying to come back a little bit here. I mean, I'm not going to lose sight of it. I want to see if Arlo takes over 16 again, only because it had all that room. It's an earnings play. Just don't want to lose sight of it. I won't lose sight of it because I do have a price alert. I run 16.10 for it to see if it gets back over 16.10 or 16, and then maybe this time it'll have the move. So PSKY did not care about what the market was doing at all. Okay, this is again the one that won the Warner Brothers buyout over Netflix. SCZM. Okay, Santa Cruz. Okay, that's a silver play. I get, yeah, obviously it's a silver play. So silvers took a little bit of a dip. SLV took a little bit of a dip, not much. Okay, Conagra. Now, I like stocks just over the whole number. Conagra, CAG. So it is beautiful wave so far. How much room does it have? Not a lot. 1938. I mean, look, if I took it right now at 1916 and I got up to 938, that'd be awesome. But I don't know what's going to get all the way there. It is through the 200-day moving average, though. That is one nice thing. But had the next high been up here in 1986, I'd be way more inclined to take this trade on the CAG. All right. Yeah, I just got a confirmation. So definitely it will be Andy Lindlof taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 30 minutes from now. Okay, guys, I'm just look at wow, the run is still continuing down. Just where is now? We have 1418 was a sort of a support area. Where is maybe? Wow, look at that way down here. 992. Wow, just around $10. $10, call it. That is the next. That is the next low. Looking left for Sunrun. Incroyable. How's that? Well, well, it'll be fun to watch this one next week. You know, the VWEA. It'll be fun to watch this one next week to see if it has any sort of follow through. Well, it's got still, yeah, it's still got a lot room to run. And yes, pun intended. I mean, it still has room to run. Very few guys, very few. What this is? Why I'm getting this? Very few halts resumes today. This is usually a super active. You know, lots of stocks meeting the requirements of being halted. Very few. What is the SPY volume like? Okay, so yesterday's volume was 71 million. We're at 25 million 2 hours in. That's possible. About a third of the way. 6 hours in the market. Yeah, so it's sort of on track. It maintains the how much it's been trading so far to get to what it traded yesterday. How about this one? I don't. You probably didn't take this one though, AJ. Right? The GCT, or maybe you did. Well, you know, PSKY. What's the high right there? That's 1336. Will that be the resistance area? You know, the high of last month. You know, the month before that, that's where it closed. And then last month, that was the high. That was the high. So it's not that far away from these two levels, which is around. Let's get the exact number. 1343. So we're getting closer and closer. That could act as a bit of resistance. Now, interestingly, at the beginning of the day, it was nowhere even near 50-50. But look at this now, 52% now are above yesterday's close. These are the sectors in this list. 52% are above yesterday's close. Get all the way down to the bottom here. And you can see there's XLF still leading, being the leading one down. Next, OK, technology, SMH, semis, etc. But silver still strong, but it has pulled back a little bit. The last time I looked, it was 6% up, so it has pulled back a bit. Meanwhile, speaking of run, continuing down. Wow, I did not see this one from our AI, probably because it was not on a reentry. Look at FLGT, a short opportunity for FLGT at 1753 right up here. Right now, that's a 10% move. It was even more when it was down here at 1525, though. All right, let's take a look at some of these other ones here. How about the U? Let's see what it's doing. U, another very nice move on the 2. On the 5, you can see that, I mean, if you're looking at a 5-minute chart on the wave, generally speaking, it'll look more like this. The 2-minute, it will be a little more volatile, a little more choppy. But the high of yesterday was 50.48, so it's getting close. Chewy, CHWY. Let's take a look at this one. Another, some really nice moves on these large cap stocks that are kind of bucking the trend. I mean, though the trend now you can see, I mean, the market is trying to recover. I mean, not making higher lows. Guys, I'm just looking to see if there's any, other than this is just pure profit taking. I mean, this, yes, it's a silver play, but let's not remember now. This did a bunch of reverse, or at least several reverse splits. So while the price looks pretty awesome, I mean, this was about a under $1, I think, when they did one of their reverse splits and another one. So I'm not trying to denigrate this, but it is really starting to sink. And I'm just looking to see if there's any news on this. Because silver, certainly, I mean, this has been sort of linked as a silver play. I mean, gold and silver properties. I don't see any specific news on it. That's a big move down. I mean, it's a 7% move down with silver SLV being up and gold. Gold is up too, not as much as silver, but you can see, I mean, there's silver 5.3 and there's gold. I mean, gold is basically flat, but something, I don't know if it's just extreme profit taking now for HYMC. I'm going to show you how you can get it. Okay, Laurel, I'm going to show you how you can get it. So follow. You're going to follow. You can hear me. Obviously, you can hear me. Can you? Okay. So watch what I do. I'm going to click on new. The reason I'm going to do it this way because you may want to do the same thing for other scans or lists that are in our channel bar. So if you click on new and then click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. Okay. So it's going to look like this. And click on the show more down here. Click on the show more. These are all theme based channels. So you click on the show more. Are we good so far? Are we good? I don't want to go too fast. Okay. So scroll down and where you see sector status, click on that. Now you did it in the dock channel bar, right? Not the other one because I'm gonna hope that you did it in the docked channel bar. Okay, yep. Okay. So here it is. Okay. So I've gone over this earlier today. So if you want this free floating like this, I mean, I've expanded the list, but if you want it free floating, and all you do is this, and that's with anything that you see in here or anything that you see in any one of the channels. So I'm going to right click. I'm going to right click in the body of this of the sectors. I'm going to right click, and now sometimes it might say duplicate. Sometimes it's going to say duplicate into free floating window. In this case, it does say duplicate into free floating window. When you do that, this is what happens. Now, I've expanded the list, but now it's free floating. Okay, now it's free floating. So basically what you've done is you've taken it out of the channel and is now free floating. Now you don't have to go into the channel every day if you don't want to, but you do want to see these sectors. So now you could incorporate this maybe as part of your layout. Okay. Give me one moment, please. Sorry, sorry about that, guys. I will be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am now definitely back. Yeah, so that's what you can do. Okay, and the reason why I wanted to do this, Laurel, is that you can go into any one of the channels, and if you saw something that you like, you just have to right click, on it and duplicate into free floating window. Some of them say just duplicate. Okay, and then you can create free floating, and so you don't have to go to the channel every day if you don't want to, but you do want, say, the sector list here. I'm going to So there could be days in which you go here and you've got your sectors, and maybe you want to follow two sectors for the whole day. You could just pop them out for one sector for the whole day. So you don't have to be on the channel the whole time if you don't want to. And just to kind of continue on that thread, I mean, you can go to the different channels and maybe start extracting different. Now, don't go. I mean, I'm just talking to you, but anybody listening, don't go crazy and having like 30 windows, from the different channels. You'll get overwhelmed. But you could start extracting things that you like that are in our channels. And then once you have them on your monitor, then you just can create a layout with those in them. Okay, what is happening now? BKKT, let's see what this one is doing. BKKT, making a rundown on volume. I've said this in the past that this little it's a scan, okay? It's just taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. And anything in red is a new low of the day, and anything in green would be a new high of the day. But it's also on volume. So certainly, definitely in the later on in the day, what happens is you start to when you get an alert, you start to see big volume spikes. Okay. So you look at the BKKT that I just clicked on. Look at the volume that came in. I mean, that's a massive compared to all the previous 2 minute volume bars. Here's on the five. It is probably the second biggest one of the day after the opening 5 minute bar. So there's some stuff happening now. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I will be right back. Okay. All right, guys. I promise I'm back, but only for 5 minutes because William, Andy's going to take over for me in about 5 minutes from now at noon Eastern time. So before I take off, I will put the YouTube link in. Just give me a moment so you can head over and listen to Andy. And Andy at Trade Ideas, okay? For those of you who don't know, when I take a break between 12 and 1, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over for me. So on Monday, it's Chris Farley. Tuesday, it's either Chris or Steve. Wednesday, it is the CEO of Trade Ideas, who has his own stream for between 12 and 1. Thursdays, it's Steve Gomez. And then Fridays, it is Andy. Okay, press ad. I'm going to let Andy explain it to you, okay, when you say how to use the money machine. Okay, I'll be taking a break in about 3 or 4 minutes. So Andy will be, so stay in there, stay in the YouTube room, okay? I'm not an expert on it. I don't use it at all. So let me, the reason I don't use it is because, well, a couple of reasons. First of all, I'm in Canada. You really need a commission-free broker. And there is not a commission-free broker that we can use with Brokerage Plus. Okay, number one. Number two, you have to be watching it all day long, and so that I couldn't do anything else. So that is the reason why I really can't concentrate at all on the money machine. But Andy will be there in about 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, so just hang on. Okay, guys, let's see what else is happening. I'm obviously not going to do anything. I'm taking my break soon, so. Oh, I better put my announcement up. Wow, this is still moving higher. PSKY. So we're getting closer and closer to that high last month, 1343. Very close. Not only that, the high of last month and then the close of the previous month, right in this area. So, I'd be, I'd be looking at this as a potential short. If it cannot get through these two levels. It is super strong, obviously, because of they won the buyout for Warner Brothers. Netflix declined. Boy, there was I think I read about a $22 billion gap. They at whatever Paramount went in at, it was about $22 billion more than what Netflix had offered. And Netflix said, you know what? You can have it. But it's amazing, isn't it? Netflix getting $2.8 billion of what's called the breakup fee. $2.8 billion. Just goes to show how much money they make. When $2.8 billion, I know Netflix is up. But I think it's a lot of the reason Netflix is up is not so much of that. Part of it is going to be the $2.8 billion, but also shareholders saying, you know what? That takeover, it was going to, you never know how a buyout's going to do, and I don't think that shareholder, you can see right here, look at all the week. This has been going on for weeks. Netflix has been sliding away. I don't think shareholders were that enamored with their pursuit of Warner Brothers. Sorry about that. I've been talking. I forgot I put my mic, nah, forgot that at or disengage or get that. This is a toggle. I'm trying to say the mic. This is a toggle on and off, and my mic was on, but the toggle was off. All right, guys. Well, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just waiting for Andy. Everybody heard me in YouTube, but I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. I was just sort of talking about the Netflix. Netflix has been falling, falling, falling. Just one moment, Andy. I'm just going to continue my thought here. Netflix has been falling for weeks. I don't think shareholders were that enamored with the potential buyout. So they decided not to try to outbid Paramount. And in doing so, not only did they not outbid them, but they also got a breakup fee of $2.8 billion. All right, guys. So I am going to be on a break now in the main room till 1 o'clock. And so I'm going to mute myself that mic. Andy,
Mr. Barry, how are you, buddy?
good. How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good. If I can make sense of this market anymore, but
Yeah. Boy, oh boy. Steve was talking yesterday how it's so hard to swing trade.
it
Um,
is. It is very hard to swing trade right now. You get these reallocation, into different sectors and funds, and yeah, it's crazy,
mhm.
man. Yeah, and tech sector is just really crap right now. And
I mean, the only one, I guess, I mean, silver had silver has just
hmm
been still so strong. You know what I was looking at today, Andy, is so you see how silver is so strong, SLV, the
hmm
ETF is so strong. Take a look at HYMC.
I know Steve likes to trade that.
Well, and I know Dan, of course,
Oh
he,
wow, interesting. Yeah,
yeah, no
going the
kidding. And I
opposite
don't see any
direction, huh?
news on it. I mean, not
Yeah,
only, I mean, it's a hugely opposite direction. And, they've done a few reverse splits. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. This was not a $45 stock, really.
right,
But
right.
nonetheless, it had a tremendous run with silver. I
Yes.
mean, it was a silver play,
hmm
essentially. But for whatever reason, I can't find any news on this, if somebody's dumping it. But I mean, that is just a massive move
Yeah, it
based on
is.
silver being up.
It is. I'm trying to look to see I guess the only uh, miner that I had some on yesterday.
Mhm.
Thought I had some on today. Let's see, pause. See how it's doing because I know that chart was looking good. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's hanging in
PAAS
there, but yeah,
should be, it's one of the big ones, and I used to always
SSRM is probably the nice one. It's had a nice run
Mhm.
even before. Look, before silver, you made that move today. So
You know what? It's funny though, you're right, Pan American Silver, PAAS, it's done nothing. So there must be some other silver plays that are really exploiting the SLV that I'm not aware of
yeah,
because,
well,
you know
it's the chicken or the egg. I think silver being a commodity is probably what's going to lead the miners higher, right? Right. It's kind of like when you have oil, oil stocks.
Mhm.
Oil gaps up. Exxon was on my list today. I did not take it just because I see the thing about swinging silver stocks and oil stocks. You got that
Yeah.
overnight stuff, man. You don't know what it's going to. Silver can gap down. As a matter of fact, I think I was in some the other day with silver
Yeah.
gap down like 6%. It could
That's
hurt you.
typically why I don't, well, even intraday trading, I don't like to trade oil and silver and the commodities because usually, unless the stock has some news completely on its own, they're just so beholden to what the overall sector is doing. And
Right,
I'd rather find stocks that are really kind of trading on their own,
right.
and not caring as
Exactly,
much. Now, I'm taking up too much
exactly.
time here, but
That's okay.
Prasad asked a question about how to use the money machine, and I said, "Well, you're the expert, so I'm going to
Yeah,
let
right.
you I'm going to let you explain it." Okay.
Okay, Barry. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
do my best. I haven't used it. Nobody. You know what? Now that I got my new computer, I may give it a shot. It was
Okay.
dragging my other one. But all right, Barry. Enjoy your
Well, it
time off.
wasn't what I wasn't trying to shirk my responsibilities, but he asked a question about a couple of minutes before I knew I was going to be taking off. So I thought, okay, you can do it.
There you
Okay.
go. There you go.
Okay.
All right,
So we'll
buddy.
see you in about an hour.
Take care. Bye bye. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's see if I have a. I don't think we have a good money machine tutorial, but what it is, and I used it a lot at first, but then it was dragging down. I had an older computer, and it was dragging it down too much, so I had to stop using it. Now that I got my new computer, I need to dive back in. But basically, you create a strategy, and I can get you some documentation on that. Uh, Actually, if you want to send, I'm going to put the email down instead of me going in my computer right here live and digging stuff up for you. But send trade-ideas.com, and we'll get you some instructional stuff to take a look at. But for the most part, for the most part, you basically, just create a strategy like you would as a top list. Let's say you have a really good top list that you like, it gives you good setups, and you want to basically put it into auto trading. You can upload that strategy into the profile here in the strategy tab. You can see I got some loaded in here. Uh, and then what you can do is basically click, set your parameters. You set your parameters, what you're looking for, the position size, the dollar amount, the exit strategies, and then you basically just let it go. You fire it up, and it trades, auto for you. So I don't want to dig into it. We have a new build. Gosh, I keep hoping that's going to come out each week, but uh, it we're gonna make some changes, some major changes to it. So I don't know if it'd be wise right now to really dive in and start trying to figure out this one, because we're gonna have a lot of stuff that kind of cuts out all the manual labor on your end. Okay, where we make it just basically uh, kind of out of the box. You can just kind of turn it on, maybe with a few configurations, but there's too many in it right now, and it can be mind-boggling. Okay, the K web, I got a lot of that. That's just got Uh, but anyway, Rod, like I said, if you want to send an email, maybe we can get you some instructional videos out there. I don't know how much we have on it, just because we are aware that we're making changes to it. It's going to be out in the new build. So, if you want more, just send an email, and we'll get you some information on that. Hopefully, some videos to kind of just walk you through it on how to set up your strategies and how to set up your configuration, your risk parameters, and all that. And then, uh, you can just plug them in and fire away. I know there's a couple of people out there that's using it pretty good. So, uh, we'll more on that to come. But yeah, the idea is we need to basically dumb this thing down so everybody can use it. Yeah. Okay, not sure if it's maybe an end of month buy program coming out. The Qs did just go to highs. Uh, see if anything's moving. See, Mara is what just triggered. That was that K web. Erase it, get some of these off. Okay, so the Qs are on highs. I'll take a look as soon as this gets out of here, and we'll see what the spies are doing. Spies are on highs or close enough. And IWM is not. So we'll see what happens here. But there you go. There's a guy right there, Oss, doing well with the money machine. It is a tough market. Yeah, it's a really tough market, dangerous market. Uh, I usually pride myself in beating the S&P pretty handily year over year. But I'm going to tell you right now, I got luckily we have a lot of time left because I got some making up to do. It's been really tough. I have not been outperforming the S&P over the last I mean since the beginning of the year. That's for sure. But confidence is high. Ah, okay. Well, I'm glad you're here today, Aussie. Let's see if the Qs can hold this level here. See, some of the stocks I bought this path the other day and it had a huge volume bar. Take back the 15-minute here, right here. So I bought this at now I've added back in since then, but uh, went to basically almost came within like 20 cents of a all-time low, and then a huge volume bar came in and up on this wick right here. So I think this is one to watch for a possible reversal that gets to this 10-period moving average. I will be looking to add if it does take out yesterday's high because that will be taking out that 10-period moving average. But for those that don't mind bottom fishing, uh, that's maybe one to keep an eye on. If nothing else, maybe for a scalp. It's been oversold by so my gosh, it was just 20 back in December. So a 50% haircut, you could easily get, a bounce up to the, $14 range, maybe. Yeah, certainly not retail trailers. That's true. Now, I will say this. I do think there's, uh, some money, coming out of U.S. markets, and well, I don't think so. I know so. And going into foreign markets, you're seeing a lot of that right now. I'm not sure that the reason. Maybe from what maybe they're tired of our tariffs or whatever. I have no idea what it is, but it's funny. I was talking to my neighbor just the day before yesterday, and he runs a Morgan Stanley floor with about 20 investment advisors on it, and he told me in 2025 he had all his money in the Mag 7 and Walmart. I guess Walmart's kind of his hedge. Uh, and he said at the beginning of the year, because I've never done this, I took everything out of Mag 7 and put it's like 75% of it in foreign markets. So being with the Morgan Stanley firm, and that got my attention. Like, well, that may have come from he got those ideas from the top down or whatever. But it's interesting. So I do see. Well, let's just take a look here of what we're looking at, and I have a global market watcher. There we go. So let's see what we have here. Look at here. You got iShares, IWH Hong Kong. You got South Africa. You got Switzerland. These are all at all-time high, and or I should say yearly highs right now. You just go down the line. United Kingdom, Switzerland, Australia, Canada, and spies kind of unusual. Usually you'll see spies up here at the top, but it's actually down on the year and closer to the bottom. And if I put the Qs in here, that would even be worse. But uh, yeah, so there you have it. I mean, I can see why a lot of money may be flowing out and into foreign markets. But we'll see if that continues. You could always, but I tell you, it's hard. Like just like this Q is getting smashed right here. It's like it's. But getting back to your point, three sharp. Yeah, there's definitely shenanigans going on. I really believe that Jane Street uh, kind of shed some light on what these evil doers can do. And I can promise you this: if they can do that in Bitcoin, they can do it in individual stocks as well. They have ways to hedge them. Anyway, get very creative, and they can smash these stocks. I see it all the time, man. I see it all the time for no reason at all, just smashing such stocks. Not to say there is. Don't get me wrong. That's not the holy reason. There's definitely weakness in our markets, especially in the Qs, but the tech sector. But yeah, some of the stuff, just gets smashed to oblivion. And you can always tell. And the last 30 minutes a day, you get these green bars. That basically it's just the quants or the algos squaring up. Yeah, they got smashed pretty quick. And boy, I thought I had a good trade. Luckily, I took some profits in this IBIT because it came all the way back on me. And now I'm pretty much back to a flat in what I have left. And XRP, I tried to buy yesterday and bought today, thinking it was way oversold and overdone. We'll see. But gonna have to keep it tight on that one too. Okay, web right back down. Got to stop on half that. This is one that's been holding up pretty well. I've been in for a while. I've taken some profits and kind of been doing my core position trading ever since, man, back over here somewhere after earnings when it sold off. But it's trying to put in a bottoming pattern. Boy, that ENP, this solar's just getting smashed, man. But anyway, just wanted to watch. It's been basing for a long time. Been basing since December, really, and you can argue that maybe even since November. But nice long base doesn't mean it's going to go up from here. But I do like it's hanging above these moving averages now for 3 days, even when you get those hard sell-offs in the Qs. So that's encouraging. But we'll see. Righty, let me pull this over there just in case I have to make some trades real quick in this Armageddon market. Let's take a look at Bitcoin, and this is a reason why I think it may take longer than a lot of people think, because of this one move we had the other day. So I mean, I thought we were like in this area right here. We were building kind of a beautiful little wedge in this area. Let's call it like right here, and then we had another one right here that was at the time forming a nice little wedge pattern. But then, and that was tight. You're figuring every which way it goes, it's probably going to have a pretty decent sell off. Well, it did break to the downside here and had a couple of days and then bounce back. So now this is setting up to be in my opinion, a bottom. If it is a bottoming pattern, one that's going to last for a long time, just because When you start getting this kind of action, now you have different data points. You got to and we'll zoom out a little bit. So now you're looking at kind of this and really this. So this is something that could go on for several days, if not weeks, until we get out of this range. It's easy to get excited. It's gonna just rip. You got a bottom here, and now you found the bottom. It's gonna rip. This looks like something that's going to take time to me. To what degree could AI being run in? Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that because there's definitely been a paradigm shift. I think over the beginning this year, really, maybe starting at even in December, and when I start noticing that stocks start trading different, this happened to me back in 2007, 2008, when the advent of high frequency trading come on. You started noticing, wow, man, yeah, there's definitely some weird action going on here that I'm not accustomed to. I'm starting to see that same thing again, three sharp. It's like, and you got to learn to adapt. I mean, a lot of it may be saying, well, we're potentially at a top, or there's a lot of back and forth action, which is true. That has a lot to do with it. But some of the action I'm seeing now, I think it may have to do with a lot of these AI algos that are in the marketplace, and not just uh, friendly algos either. Rogue, algos, meant to basically take your money. I'd like to be. I wonder what percent of the trades, on the major exchanges are actually day trades, and I bet you it's increasing substantially, and uh, that's going to make it tough. I mean, you're basically you got these algos out there just to try to extort, get money from you. So, yeah, it's definitely. Uh, Yeah, definitely some different stuff I'm seeing right here the last couple of months in the price action of the way things trade. All right, XRP. I guess I'm gonna have to throw in the towel. I do not want to ride you all the way down to that 50 level. If I hadn't have doubled down, but some point you just gotta say it sucks. Same thing goes with Bitcoin. And if I hadn't taken some good profits already in Bitcoin, I'd probably be already out. I probably would have got out when it broke its range to the downside right there. And the Q's going much lower. Well, I don't have a whole lot, but it could still be painful just because it's stupid crypto stuff. Yep, Q's rolling over. And what you hate as a trader, especially a swing trader, is there's obviously weakness in the market. There has been for a while, but look at I mean, you look at some of the way these stocks are trading, you think this Q would have been already down, 10%, on the year. And this is the stuff that kind of blows my mind is you can look around and you can see, major stocks getting, I mean, just take today, for example, you got Nvidia down another 3%, you got Tesla down 2.5%. But I guess Netflix and Google and Amazon are holding up the market. because I see this all the time. This is why I don't think these indices actually track the stocks that they make up. I really don't. Someone's going to have to prove me that they do. And I'd be love to hear you out. But here you got Q's down a 0.5%, but I guarantee you probably a good 80% of the stocks that make up the Q are probably down, at least 1.5%. Whether quants and nukes are not happy today. Let's take a look at Ampy was the top pick today on the eye. It was setting up nice, still setting up for a nice possibly cup and handle here. Well, a double handle. You got a cup and then attempt at a handle. So it's kind of one of those cute little double handle coffee cups. CX, whatever happened to it today? It really didn't do anything. I don't think it triggered. No, it did not. That's setting up nicely. It's a boring stock. It's probably not going to move that much, but still a beautiful pattern there. Nice, beautiful wedge. Uh, IEX is one to keep an eye on out if it does get above that range right there. But look at that wick in the Qs. You got propeller hat, Steve likes to call it, in the 15-minute Qs. You go up, down. You go down, back up. Looks- Hey, Richard. Yeah, I'm sorry we don't. Okay, so we've got this new build coming out. First, we'll get it. It'll be a dev version that we get. We get to bang around on it, make sure, check for bugs, and then soon after that, it'll be released in beta form. Okay, and then hopefully after a few weeks in beta, I'm just throwing out. I have no idea. Okay, because I don't work in dev, and half the time I don't think they know, just because you never know when these issues are going to come up with bugs and things like that. So I can't even venture into that as far as giving an ETA, but I just know we're trying the best we can, and so hopefully in a few months we'll be able to do it. I mean, uh, silver is definitely this sector of the day, that's for sure. But looking at some of the silver miners not doing, look at Paz actually going to lows right now. So go figure. Look at look at consumer staples. It don't care. It's trying to break out. IYH. Maybe I'll just start it in playing ETFs. XLU. Look at that. Energy. Let's see whatever happened to that CF. It had earnings, I think, the other day. Yeah, Mosaic was the one I think that had bad earnings. What slop? Path is actually getting close to and SMCI. I just may have to leave Bitcoin and stuff alone. It's just, boy, I thought after that move right there, we were potentially. I didn't expect us to just go barreling through, and taking out this range over here, but I thought we may just kind of go slop around sideways. I surely didn't expect another move. Let's pull up the 30-minute. Let's do the 1 hour. Okay, definitely got some areas right here. A little bit, definitely congestion right here. With we would call that a pivot level. I don't know why it's giving me market cap and not probably something I did. So if it doesn't hold here, we could be looking at another move all the way down to this level. So got to draw a line in the sand. Thing about being a swing trader versus a day trader, kind of like the day trader, boy, they just went against me. I just so you got to try to have a little staying power when it comes to swing trading, and sometimes, especially in a market like this, it could be painful. What I see, since I'm a swing trader, so I have a doc that I use every night and every morning, and find stocks that are setting up. I called it my Trader Eye homework. The Trader Eye is because we actually have a Trader Eye channel over here that you can click on. And what this will do, it'll give me stocks that are setting up for maybe a potential move the following day. So let's take a look. Maybe we can find some in here. IRDM, it's looking for stocks that are in a range that have pulled back maybe on the 5 day, but looking to make another move. Gee, that's a nice looking chart right there. It's strong. It's above all its moving averages. It's uh sorry, I was just watching something over there. Amphi, this is where I found Amphi today on the chart. HLF, this is one after earnings. Yeah, it's just kind of right in the middle of its range, but has potential. But you'll see what I'm seeing here. It's stocks that are basically above, key moving averages and kind of in a range. They're not near their highs. Now, I will say this market has made it tough for my stocks. But anyway, you can see I go through every one of these like at night and I start building the watch list. And this is where my swing trade watcher, and you guys have access to this. You have access to this global, what's the word I'm looking for? Symbol list, global symbol list. And CATX, just look, you're going to see that they're all now. The hard part is trying to figure out which one's going to go. But this is why you want to keep it a window. No, we don't have. There's a phone number if you need to contact support. I mean, our billing department, but we don't have a phone number for our traders here for that kind of support. But if you want to discuss any sort of billing, there is a number you can go to our website and find it. I uh, Just go to trade-ideas.com and look down in the footer section, look for contact us, and you can find the phone number there. But it's gonna take you to our billing department only. We don't have one for support. But anyway, if you're a momentum trader, obviously it's easy to build momentum scans. It's what a lot of majority, I would say, of the clients use it for. Okay, let's see if that's a bottom there in Bitcoin. What a sloppy day. Oh, excuse me, I got to go down. I've been standing for too long. This rocket has a earnings play that is close to highs. It's going to run right into its 20 period moving average if it goes through there. The SMR had just horrendous numbers. I actually held some of that into earnings thinking it's been because a lot of times what happens is I ended up getting out for a flat. It didn't do much, but when you have stocks that have fallen this far, typically, even though they have bad numbers, and they were really bad, and look at it, still only down 1%. Boy, but if something like that, if they come out just break even or a little bit better, and these things could just rip. But anyway, it's maybe just put an alert in there in case it does, because still has about a almost a 20% short float, so might get some short covering on that. Let's take a look at the earnings plays today. It's always a good one. I just I don't like playing earnings, but they're fun to look at. They're just too volatile, and a lot of times you got a lot of algos in there that just kick it back and forth. They don't do anything. Now that's one that is performing well. How can I benefit from TI? Well, we are an idea generation software for active traders, and it's it's kind of self-explanatory if you just kind of look at our system, and basically you can kind of build anything you want to. If you're looking for momentum, it'll help you find momentum stocks. I was just showing you how I find it, use it to find stocks that are setting up. So basically, it's just you know, your kind of assistant, your technology assistant as you're navigating the market. So you can pretty much do whatever you want. I mean, it's how you get ideas of what to trade. I mean, if you just want to sit back and trade the S&P futures, that's one thing. You don't need anything for that, just your own charting techniques. But when you have over 8,000 stocks to choose from, trade ideas can help you find which stocks are in play, which stocks may be setting up. So that's how you can benefit. Or Dale, nice mover all day. This was on my list the other day. Okay, yeah, they did have earnings. Pretty good. See, it's a lot of times what you get with the earnings plays. You get just right out of the gate, just blasting move, and then the rest of the day, you get a lot of slop and it's hard. Uh, you definitely, obviously, Dell was an exception for sure, but got a nice little continuation move after it moved. But a lot of times, I would say the vast majority of times, you get crap like this pub M, where you're just slopping around. There's another one. You could just first move, and basically we're about at where it closed that first candle. Makes it tough. Let's check out the red ones. That run was nasty. It actually took off to the upside yesterday after the earnings. Look at this thing, man. Down 37%. How would you like to be deer in the headlights looking at that? No, there's a lot of red too. Yeah, I think AI is just really throwing a curveball to technology. So maybe it's just something they got to figure out what's going on and what companies are going to do really well and which ones are going to do really bad just because they're being replaced by AI. Keep an eye on this XIFR. It had earnings a couple of weeks ago, had a nice push on earnings, and it kind of ran into a little area of congestion over here. But, right sector, this electric power generation is doing really well. And it's kind of starting to wedge here. Look how it's holding that uh, 20 period moving average. So maybe put alert in there because it's not a lot in the float, 86 million. So if it thing breaks out and gets going, it can really get going. And a lot of times people will wait till it takes out, and there's nothing wrong with that. I understand that 1085. Actually, it's at 1053. It doesn't make much of a difference. But a lot of times, what I do in a case like this is I will draw me a trend line from here to here, and then when it breaks through that trend, I'll buy it. Doesn't make that much a difference in this stock because it's only about another, probably 30 cents higher, but sometimes it can make a difference of $2 or $3. Best way to learn and understand. Let me drop something for you in here. This is probably the best place to start. And what I would do is just scroll down and start with the getting started with trade ideas, and you can look through the uh, different videos that we have here, and we'll go over basically everything. Not every, I shouldn't say everything, but pretty much, and just kind of go through it and just watch. Takes time. These are short videos. They're not long, so you can like learn how to build a top list and alerts. You can intro to charting. Then you're doing the right thing. You go to the free trading room that Barry has, and be sure to come to our live support sessions like you're doing today. Uh, and then also, I'll drop our user guide in there as well. This user guide will even be a lot more in depth of what you're seeing there in the, and we can start with getting started and basically got lots of videos in here as well. So I'll put these things in there maybe this weekend. Just go ahead and click on these links here and take a look at it and start looking at those two sort resources. One to maybe watch if it gets above like that 203 level. And it also puts you on alert and is open. If it does get back through that, this is the after earnings uh, bar, which was pretty ugly that day. I actually held some over and, uh, or I bought it in after hours. That's what I did. Scalped it out that day, but now it's uh, looks like it may be trying to horseshoe here. And if it does take off, that I imagine it would be explosive. I know a lot of people are looking at that, so keep an eye on. Well, first of all, we're not a website. We're okay. We're a downloadable platform. Okay, and what makes us different is we're actually a real scanner. We scan in real time. Nobody out there compares to real time alerts. The technology that we have for real time alerts, and so uh, you can do some research out there. Just go to Grok or whoever and start asking. Who's the best real time? What's the best real time scanner for equities in the marketplace? And you're going to see our name a lot. So yeah, yeah, Newmont. It was, and I wanted to put it on the eye today in my video, but I was like, well, I just did it. I think I did it maybe right over here or somewhere. But yeah, it's just being. Uh, I mean, as long as gold is doing well, this one, should do just fine. Okay, looks like Bitcoin's gonna finally get a bar reversal. See what XRP is doing. Yeah, it's starting to come alive. So maybe watch out for. I'm gonna nibble on some more Mara because I think if that does get a bounce here, I should have pulled up the chart first. But anyway, I actually bought it at 28 in my account. So hopefully pop through this 10 period moving average. No, you're not bothering me. It's what I'm here for. I just had some questions about creating a custom filter that well, you're definitely not going to bother me because I am not good with the custom formulas. Are you talking about custom formulas? Yeah, I guess you are when you say custom filter. If you want to go to our chat, Chris is pretty good with that stuff. Okay. So just go to our website and click on the little blurb over there where you can get to our chat room. Uh, and just mention what drop in there what you're trying to do. I'm just not. I'm useless when it comes to custom formulas. My brain just doesn't think that way. But yeah. Oh yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Chris will be good. And if he doesn't, if he can't, if it's something that he can't do, we'll definitely. We have a couple of people that can. So uh, just yeah, drop. Or if you don't, if you want to send it. I think the chat is better because you can get Chris probably live and ask him if it's something that we can do. I was going to say send an email, but it's probably best if you go to chat. You'll get an answer real quick. You're welcome. You're welcome, VTX. That's okay. Paolo, I'm not young. I'm not young either. So, well, that's going to be up for up to you to decide. It, uh, if you're not good, with technology at all, it may be a little bit cumbersome for you. But uh, we do have some program channels in here that if you're looking for like explosive winners, stock racing. So there's things that you can click on where you don't really have to do a whole lot of any configuration at all. But I don't know if you how much you know about trading. Do you know much about trading at all? Can you read a candlestick chart? Uh, because if you can't read a candlestick chart, I would highly recommend getting that knowledge before getting trade ideas because it sounds like to you. Here's another thing you could do too. Okay, if you don't know a whole lot about trading, in that link I shared with you earlier, we have back to basics. This starts from the very beginning. Yeah, and Pepe's asking what type of trader you are. So you can go back to basics and learn about stock trading. So we have tons of videos for that in here as well. Yeah, what's your experience with trading so far? Okay, beginner. Okay, if you are a beginner, here's what I would do. That link I shared with you, go start with the scroll down and start with the back to basics. Okay, and it's going to just start with real simple trading stuff. And it's going to be probably about so yeah, these are like each one is like 30 minutes long. And it's Michael Noss, an old employee of ours who sits down with some other employees and they talk trading. But yeah, that's probably your best bet because you don't want to get the soft. I'm just saving you some money and time because if you buy the software without knowing anything about trading, I think you're putting yourself behind the eight ball really quick. Okay, maybe we're getting a little lift here in Bitcoin. Let's take a look at the chart while Barry's warming up his
Scratching.
mic. Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. Hey,
Scratch.
Andy, what,
Yeah.
what what's the name of our program called?
What do you mean? Trade ideas.
Well, thank you. So that's what happens. It generates ideas.
Right.
I'm not trying to be
Huh.
mean to anybody, but
No.
trade ideas, that's what we're excellent at, generating trade ideas. It does not teach you how to trade. So,
Exactly.
with Paolo, I mean, yeah, I'm glad you answered the way you did. I mean, getting trade ideas right now without having any knowledge of trading
Mhm.
is completely useless. You're just throwing your
Mhm.
money away.
Yeah.
So I know I heard you talk about the back to basics. Yeah,
Mhm.
Michael sat down with his wife. That was during
Yeah.
COVID, and his wife was didn't know anything about trading. She had to stay at home, and basically took her right from what is a stock to the end.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that's what I would do, Paolo. Definitely.
Yeah, for definitely. So that's where you want to start. Spend some time. You can go online too. You want to get familiar. I don't know how much time he spends on candlestick charting, but you want to learn candlestick charting or some form of
Mhm.
charting. Yeah,
Because
techniques.
when you click on, as I explained it, when you click on a symbol and you see the all the squiggles on a chart, if you have no idea what it's trying to tell you, it's
Exactly.
you you won't know what to do. I
Exactly.
mean, it's
That's
simply
right.
that. I mean, well, what is it trying to tell me?
Yep.
Every chart tries to tell a little bit of a story, and the different time frames tell a little bit of a story. So, yeah, you really need some experience.
Hmm.
And you were talking about AI, and I was talking to Steve about this yesterday. You probably I maybe use Grok or something like that. I'm a huge fan of Gemini. It doesn't really matter, I suppose,
Hmm.
which one you use, but
Yeah, I use them
you
all.
know, we're still in the infancy from that aspect.
Hmm.
AI has been around for a few years now,
Sure.
but I think for the average person to understand exactly that it's not just a glorified search engine, that it is. You asked about like who is going to be at risk. Financial analysts. A financial
Yeah.
analyst right now, I mean, they may, I guarantee they're using AI to deliver you the news. But once you find out that, well, that's all they're doing, why can't I do the same thing? They're out of business.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
they're out of business. I mean, there is one group that's just toast.
Yep.
I mean, you can get virtually anything you want. You got to ask the right questions and all. But man, oh man, it's
But
I
here's
am
here's the issue with that, Barry, is because the Goldman Sachs's, the Morgan Stanleys of the world, they like their analysts because they can manipulate stocks because,
yeah
by using
yeah
their analysts. Right. Now, what'd be great is if nobody paid any attention to them and just do what you're saying. Just use
mhm,
AI. Yeah, that would be
yep.
great. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been using it a little bit for longer term stuff that we have,
Hmm.
and but more so. I mean, I don't want to get too involved in it, but I mean, it is blows me away.
It did.
It
It
blows
blows
me
me away
away
too, man.
how God, it cuts through
Oh man.
everything and it presents it in a clear, concise. And if you say, you know what, I don't quite understand what you meant. Okay, let's do it again. Like uh,
Yeah.
come at it in a different way. No way in a world if you were on the phone with somebody are they going to be that patient with you.
Oh,
So
I know. I know.
so
Exactly.
it is amazing. I am
And I tell you
truly
what,
blown.
doing stuff around the house, dude, if you have a project, oh man, it's incredible. I don't know if you've
Yeah,
used it for that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It's
no, it's
yeah.
no. I'm amazed.
Yeah.
At like tech. I mean, for software problems you're having with some software, you don't need to phone.
No,
Or go online and try to have
no.
some YouTube guy
Any
tell you. I
any sort of
mean,
issue. Yeah.
yeah, it's amazing. Anyway,
Hmm.
that to me is the next big thing that has happened for me. Anyway, you always wonder, but what is going to be the next big thing? And again, I get it. AI has been it's a
Yeah.
buzzword for the last few years, but this specific way of using it
Oh
for the
yeah.
average person,
Oh
it's going to
man.
explode.
It
I wish
is.
Gemini were a stock
Yeah.
because I would be
Yeah.
buying it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Andy, I guess I'll let you go.
All right,
And
Barry. Have a good
thanks
weekend.
for
Yeah.
spelling me. Yeah, you too. You too. We'll see you next
Yeah.
Friday, I guess.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Have a great weekend, man. Take care. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Just got to grab. There we are. Back in both rooms. A couple of things I have to do before I get fully up to speed here. All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms. Okay, guys, so I'm back in both rooms. So, the Penske file just kept moving higher and higher. It did not get stalled at all at that level. I thought maybe it would have a tough time getting through that 1340 level. Not even close. Talk about an all again, guys. You know what? You take a 2-minute chart for PSKY. I would copy that chart, print it, put it on your wall somewhere. That's what you want to see. Here is where you would have taken some profit. You see right there where on the 2-minute chart, it just sort of poked through the bottom. If you've been in this the whole time, there would be no real reason to take any major profit anyway. Here is right where I would have taken some profit, but not get out of the entire trade. And then you keep in. I mean, eventually you got to think it's going to run out of steam, but when? I mean, it's the next high is not saying it's going to get to 16, but I mean, there it is. There's your next high up at $16. Yeah. So, Paolo, trade ideas for what you're looking for is probably not going to help you. We got to be completely honest. Okay. It's not going to really help you. I don't think, if you have no knowledge of trading and you're just looking for, someone or something to tell you to buy this. And yeah, it's really not going to help you. I don't think. All right, guys. Speaking of another one on the downside, look at Sunrun continues down. I can't believe I had this short earlier, and I got out of it right in this, and it's probably tacked on another dollar. Now, why I didn't hold on? I just had the feeling that it was already down so much that, and it made a pretty good run for me. And that little move, I thought, you know what? Maybe it's over. Should have kept a little bit anyway, and would have participated in even another dollar move down with fewer shares, of course, but nonetheless. So you guys are watching the ONMD? Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's doing its chop thing right now. A lot of volume. Look at that volume, 186 million shares. Turn the float over 9.3 times. It's a fairly big float from what we're used to in stocks being up 78%. And Arlo did it, guys. Remember, I put a price alert for Arlo just over that 16 level. This is one I had my eye on early. So it took out that 16 level, and now it looks like it's gonna make that move that I was hoping it would make here earlier in the day. That's from the Williams scan. All right. So how is silver doing? Silver is still the leading sector right now. Silver is still the leading sector. XLE far behind. Silver is still up 5.5%. Weakest sector is still probably the financials. XLF still the weakest sector. I mean, it's had a little bounce, but still the weakest sector. 2.4% down from yesterday's close. All right, guys, it is now 1:09. So I think what I'll do now is go over my homepage one last time for this week and show you all the information you can get on my homepage, including some of the scans and races, etc., that I am sharing. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So click on my homepage link, and at the top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code. You can get so you can save 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Works for both of our plans, our standard plan and our premium plan. Okay, premium. The difference between standard and premium basically is this: you get the AI. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is going to be up to you. And all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, I would ask that you use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate 2 rooms. There's a YouTube room. So those of you in YouTube may not know, but there is a trading another room. A lot more action in this room, interaction amongst other traders in this room, the trading room. It's free. Okay, it is still free. And but a couple things. It opens at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so if you're looking for interacting with other traders in the pre-market, this is to come into this room at 6:45 a.m. Now I live in Vancouver, so I'm not the one who opens it. A little early for me. So thank you, Obi. Obi opens it up at 6:45, Monday to Friday. I get on the mic, both rooms around 9 o'clock. Now I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. And usually William, who is not in the trading room today, he usually keeps it open afterwards. So what's your plan today, Obi? You're going to leave when I leave, or going to keep it open a little bit later? Just let me know, okay, so I can let people know later. 'Cause most of the time, this room is open from 3:45 to 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. And also, if you scroll down, if you've clicked on my homepage link, keep scrolling down, scroll down, scroll down. Keep it simple. Get this week. Oh, I didn't see it. You didn't keep the room up. Okay, so when I leave, it's on. We're done. Okay, guys. So when I leave, probably sometime between 2 and 2:30, we're done. So keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. And when you get it, there's an email, and you get it by email, of course. It'll indicate like a suggested entry and a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. Okay, give me one moment, Mark. Okay. Education. If you are just taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas or wondering about taking out a subscription, go to the education section on my homepage, and right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. So this is mandatory that you do this. If you just took out a subscription, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you have some trading experience, even if you don't, I mean, you might want to just take a look at this, starting on the second video. It'll give you an idea about the capabilities of the program is or are, okay? But remember, the program is called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas for you. Either we deliver them to you by the AI or some of the channels that we've got, or you create your own scan, but it's not going to teach you how to trade. So back to basics. Not saying this is, going to teach you how to trade, but it's going to give you some of the basics of the things that you should be aware of. So back to basics, 15 videos, and it's all free. And last, and I'll get to your question momentarily, Mark. Last, if you're looking for the things that I'm sharing, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, my scans. This is a scan. This is a race. So here's the large cap race right here. This is a scan. I would call it a scan. It's just a different way of presenting it. I mean, this is the typical way of presenting a scan as an alert window. This is just two competing alert windows. Okay, with stocks with very similar filters, with those filters satisfied. Show me the stocks making new highs of the day versus new lows of the day. Okay, that's sort of that's why you're staying red and obviously a stock. I shouldn't say obviously, but if it's in green, it just made a new high. And look at poor old run, just made another new low. But I am sharing others. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is another race. Okay, it's just a lot more volatile than this one. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Pulse resumes is over here. And I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. Okay. Now, to answer Mark's question, how do we get the Holly AI trade signals? Well, first of all, you need to be a premium subscriber. So, Mark, are you a premium subscriber? So, if you believe so, how much are you paying on either a monthly or annual? That'll tell me. If you're paying over $200 a month, then you are a premium subscriber. No, but how much are you paying? I mean, I can show you how to get the current AI signals. Okay, if you're paying over $200 a month, then you are a premium subscriber. How can you check? I don't know. Maybe probably in the account management section. You don't know how much you're paying a month, or do you have an annual subscription? You don't know. Well, let me. Okay, do this. Click on New from the toolbar. You see where it says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay. When you click on it, I think if you're not a premium subscriber, it's going to say, you won't load for you. I think that's what's going to happen. So if you click on New, is that right, Pepe? Though, if he clicks on New and then Premium AI Strategy Trades window, it'll either load, but it will be blank. At the very least, it'll be blank. So that's a quick way to know whether or not you're a premium subscriber or not. Okay, Mark. So click on New from the toolbar and click on the middle one. We have three that no permission. So you're not, so you don't have access to the AI. It's that simple. Okay, it's part of the premium subscription. There is a Ron. There is an after hours channel. So if you click, it's called after hours. If you click on New from the toolbar, oh, I'm sorry, after open channel. You mean after the 9:30? You mean 9:30? Virtually every channel then. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I thought you meant after a post market. Well, virtually everything is 9:30 on. I mean, what you're seeing here, this is my layout, but virtually everything else in the dog channel bar, virtually everything else is works, 9:30 on. Some of them might even still work in the pre-market, but you're right. I mean, this one is the pre-market channel. So once the market opens, you'll get no alerts from it, or you'll get no information from it. Or is that the heck is it? There we are. Pre-market and after hours. Okay, so all these other channels they work 9:30 on. Okay, and of course everything that I'm sharing works 9:30 on. I don't trade in the pre-market that often. My main reason is because it's the time zone I'm in. Okay, I'm in Vancouver, so a lot of this stuff. If I were in the East Coast, I almost guarantee I would be trading way more in the pre-market if I were in the East Coast. but being in Vancouver, it's just tough. I mean, I'm not going to get up at 3:30 my time. So uh, it's not that I'm against it. I mean, if I do see something when I'm up and I've been able to follow in my pre-market scanner and I see something I like, okay, but it's pretty rare, and I almost never trade after hours. By the time I leave you guys, I'm basically done. Okay, and I'm not that interested in trading after hours. No, there's no dock. Mine are not docked, Ron. Yeah, I mean AJ. I mean I'm the same way regarding the run. We in theory should have I should have been in some of it. Still. So okay, I'm trying to understand what you meant by that. Is yours docked and maybe copy yours would work for me? You mean like a going to one of the like a dock channel bar and then having some of my scans? Is that what you mean? Or were you asking are my everything that I'm displaying on my homepage, nothing is docked? So when you say is if copy would be docked, I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. If copy would be docked. What copy what? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. You mean if you copy something from me, would it go into a docked channel bar? Would it go into a docked window? Is that what you mean? Look, docking is some I don't even do it anymore, okay? I suppose I could again, but I don't do it anymore. It was a real tax on my system. But unfortunately, nobody told me how to fix my computer. So eventually, I found it on my own to do thermal pasting. So now my computer works very well, and I could probably. I'm waiting for the Pepe reaction. So I could probably go back to docking. Docking can be a bit of a burden on the system, but I could probably do it again. But it's not necessary. Docking is not necessary. The reason for the dock channel is this. If I click on new, dock channel bar. But you notice if I click on new, there's a nut. Don't click on it. Oh, well, you can click on it, but don't click on any of the channels. Before we had the dock channel bar, if you went, this is what we used to just have the channel bar. When you would click on a channel, your layout would disappear. Okay. Which really meant that, the whole idea of maybe looking at some of these dock channels is, maybe surfing through them during the day if you want, but people just weren't using it because your layout would disappear. So they came up with what's called the docked channel bar. So when I click on nuclear energy, look what happens. The channel loads, but my layout remains. Okay. And docking, the only reason to dock, it pretties things up. Okay. I'll give it, that's what it does. I mean, there's no, I don't think there's any massive advantage to docking other than it makes it look a little more presentable, I suppose, instead of having these little gaps and stuff. But I don't mind free floating. I'm not going to, I don't mind it at all, especially if I'm sharing things. So I wouldn't even worry about docking, Ron. Okay. There's no docking and it's a bit of a pain to do. You have to be pretty careful. And when I say careful, I mean you're not going to destroy anything, but it takes a little bit to get used to move windows into a dock. And sometimes people click on the wrong thing, and all of a sudden their window disappears and they go crazy. So it's not necessary to learn how to dock. How's that? Especially if you're starting out, I mean, there's no point in overwhelming yourself and all the stuff that we can do. I would just get the basics down, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is. You want to create a race, it's all in the guide, things like that. So guys, I may be interrupted. I'm expecting somebody coming over between, I think he said, oh, I'm early. No, I'll be gone by then. Uh, well, it could be in 20 minutes. Somebody might be coming over in about 20 minutes, in which case I'd have to take off for a while. Well, listen, if you've got okay, that's another thing. I mean, I agree via Parry. I've got multiple monitors, okay? So for those of you who don't know, I mean, one of the nice things about docking, sure, if all this were in a dock, all these windows you see here, I could grab the top and just and move them to another monitor if I wanted to. Okay. Now I don't have to do that. And I think if you don't know this, then I'm going to show you this. And I think it's very, especially if you have multiple monitors. I've got 3 big monitors. So what you do is this: you put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll perhaps designate as your main monitor, okay? And that's what I've done. This is my main monitor. This is the monitor that I displayed it for everybody. Then I put my trade ideas, anything related to trade ideas, of course, goes in on here. But also, I've got a spy chart on another monitor. I put it exactly where I want it on that other monitor. Okay. I've displayed this before. This is my sector status window. I put it exactly where I want it on my other monitor. So that's what you do. You put all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them on all your monitors. Okay. So once you've done that, then you go to Tools in the toolbar, click on Tools from the toolbar, and then click on Options, Tools Options. And you see where it says Layouts? Because the question a lot of times we get is, man, every time I load trade ideas, all my windows are all jumbled up. Okay. Well, here's how you counteract that. You click on Tools from the toolbar. We'll start again. Tools from the toolbar, and then click on Options. And then you see where it says Layouts? Click on Layouts. You see where it says loading layouts. And if you check open relative to main window and then save that, then what happens is when you shut down trade ideas, and you save your work, always save your work, right? At the very least, file exit. I'll get out of this. At the very least, file exit. It's going to ask, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then the next time you load trade ideas, all of your trade ideas windows will be exactly where you want them. Okay. And all your monitors. So, sort of precludes the need to, have a dock and maybe move it to off to another window or anything. Okay. Well, it depends, Harris. It really depends. I mean, the BNAI, I have traded it a couple of times, but not getting it at one and it goes to 300. No, I've never been quite that, call it lucky or fortunate, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Yeah, the SMX is a good example, but SMX was a PR a PR machine, and they kept releasing PR after PR after PR. And, with the float though, I mean, you got to understand. Also, I mean, that's such a crazy low float. You've got to be super careful. So if anybody tries to tell you, yeah, I got it when it was a dollar and I wrote it all the way to 3,000 or whatever the number was. Um, if they did that, then that means they weren't staring at it because, it had so many ups and downs, means you didn't have a stop. But yeah, it's nice to dream. Say, oh man, if I just taken a, you know, 1,000 shares when it was $2. I only had one like that many, 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 many years ago. T wave. We're going to be calling it the TI wave. Okay, TI wave. That's what that orange is. Okay. This is the TI wave, another beautiful one. You know, got blue. So blue is strong. It's a strong trend, and the trend is still strong, strong, strong. It's still moving up and up till it turns orange, till it curves and turns orange. You know, the trend is still strong, even on a 2 minute chart. Obviously, on a 5 minute chart, it's the same thing. If you don't have TI wave on your charts, I'll show you how you can do it. Not just you, Haris, but anybody else. It's part of the standard service, and I think it can really help keep you in a trade a lot longer than maybe you thought you could. It's part of the standard service. So if you don't have it on your chart, I can show you how you can get it. Okay. Funny, I don't really recall seeing this one in the pre-market, the PMVP. It's a pretty big float, 51 million in the float. I mean, for a $2 stock. Okay, so on a trade ideas chart, okay, what I want you to do, I'll demonstrate it on the daily chart because I do not have the TI wave on the daily chart. So if I right click on a chart, a big box should pop up. One of the options is use browser interface. Okay, can you see that? Pointing at it, use browser interface. Okay, if it's already checked, don't uncheck it. But if it's not checked, I'm going to check it. See how now, if I right click on it, you see how it's now checked. You have to check it, okay? So if it is already checked, don't uncheck it because it's just a toggle on and off. So let's assume now it's checked, okay? Now, the reason why the wave is showing up on my chart is because I had done it before. But if you've never activated the wave, and it sounds like you haven't, and others who might be listening, what should happen now is you should see some icons that look like this. There's a little anchor icon. Okay, there's a little. I'm pointing at it. To the left of that is an indicator icon. To the left of that. Now, assuming you can see it, then you just click on it. One of the options is trade wave. Okay. Now, if I click on that right now, my trade wave is going to disappear because that is another toggle on and off. So if I click on trade wave, it's going to disappear. So I'll click on it again. Again, just to the left of the anchor icon, the indicator icon, I'll click on trade wave again, and now it'll appear. Are we good? Now, if you don't see these icons, the only reason you're not seeing them, okay, wait, okay. So you might have to see what happens when I reduce the chart size. You might have to stretch out the chart size. Okay, see what happened when I shrunk the chart? I don't see them either. So I don't know how big your chart window is, but if you drag it to the left, eventually these icons should appear. Does that work by getting the chart a little bit bigger? No, 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 no. Don't go indicators. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not this indicator. It's not here. Okay, it's up here, the indicator icon. So just let me know. Can you see the indicator icon now? Right beside the anchor. Okay. So if you can see that, then just click on it. Left click on it, and little box is going to pop up. One of the options is trade wave. Okay. If you see that, then you're good. And just click on it. Left click on it, and a little box will pop up. One of the options in here is trade wave, and just click on trade wave, and it should show up. The wave should show up. Let me know if that worked. Okay. Okay, first of all, do you have something that says FX? I'm just going to say, do you have something that says FX? You must be on an earlier version of Trade Ideas. Okay. I'm sorry. I just assumed that most people are on a later version of it. Okay, so if you click on FX, the same idea. Okay, and when you click on FX, you'll see the trade wave, and then you click on it. Yeah, I've got a second. Yeah, Hamad in our YouTube room. Sure. Most people are on a later version of Trade Ideas than you are. And so, the FX has been replaced by this indicator icon. Now, if you're wondering about the whole concept of TI Wave, if you click on New from the toolbar, click on Dock to Channel Bar, and you see where it says Ripster Rippers, click on that channel. Now, I haven't used any one of these sort of scans. I haven't used any one of them, but why I'm directing you to it is that what would happen is mute it right here. What'll happen is a video will pop up somewhere, okay, somewhere. I don't know where on my other, this popped up on my other monitor. If you only have one monitor, it's possible it's popped up behind the channel because people say, well, wait a minute, I can't see the video. It's possible it could be behind the channel, okay? But the video will explain the concept behind TI Wave, okay? Really, the production version still has FX. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. And so that gives a bit of an explanation about what it's all about. And yes, there are options also. I don't want to get too involved in this, but there's options that you can basically tell the trade wave, how you want to use it. I've used it. I'm just using it as in the default way. I haven't made any changes at all. And I don't like it. I don't need it on my daily, weekly, or monthly. I only use it really for intraday. So I'm all ears, Hamad, in our YouTube room regarding a quick question. It's just a visual aid. The way I use it is to help keep yourself in a trade. That's how I use it. Okay. You look at PSKY as an example. Okay. You could keep in this trade right there, the way it pierced the wave. I would be taking some off, but not my entire position. That's how I use it. And it depends on the time frame you want to use it on. But you still maybe if you hadn't taken anything off here, I would have taken some off here. Now we're getting into into an area that it's a little more dicey to hold on, but that's how I use it. It just keeps me in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to be in. But you can watch the video. It's all about SMA, EMA crosses, depending on the time period you want. There's no, there's no right or wrong way. And I was skeptical. I was very skeptical when it was first announced that we were adding this to the repertoire. I was kind of skeptical, but I got very. But then once I started seeing how the wave was working, it just visually keeping me in a trade. It wasn't so much seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. It was just once I was in a trade, and then just sort of trying like mad to hold on to the trade, not getting jumpy. All right. I'll also use an alert window. I want to add the opening range breakout 15 minutes and 30 minutes. So do you know how to create an, I'm talking to Hamad in our YouTube room. Do you know how to create an alert window? First of all, Hamad? I mean, can you know how to create one from scratch, or we have this annoying little delay in YouTube, about a 7 or 8 second delay. So I just have to. But my question to you, Hamad, have you ever created an alert window before? No. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna ask you to do one thing though. I will show you very quickly how, but you really should go to on my homepage. Oh, it's way better, Harius. It's way better. So on my homepage, if you click on it, if you haven't done this already, because it sounds like you haven't, just click on the education section, okay? And go down to the getting started. You see, the second video is all about alert windows and top list windows, okay? But I'll show you. I'll create one for you, but you really should do this if you haven't done this yet, okay? There are 12 short videos, okay? And the second video, all about alert windows and top list windows, okay? So the idea behind creating an alert window from scratch, if you click on new alert window, and this is what's going to show now, depends what you want to do is to start from scratch, click on the start from scratch, okay? And then here's where you start adding your filters. Uh, just give me a moment. It's been a while since I've actually done one from scratch. So click on new and then alert window, start from scratch, say okay. Okay, now don't worry about what happened here. Now you will start to create your filters. What happened? All right, why are these still here? Just give me a moment. Yeah, but you want to be able to add the opening range break. I just want to show you a moment here. What's going on? Wow. Okay, I'll take this one. I'm just going to get rid of the. Maybe they changed the way this is. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of these. Okay, so now, so imagine you were starting out from scratch. Okay, you've got nothing in here. Most of the time, okay, most of the time you're going to want to have a price range. You want to trade. Okay, I'm assuming that. So let's just start off with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 50. All customizable, of course. Most of the time, you're going to want to have a minimum volume that you want to see. Let's make it 500,000 shares. Okay, see how we're building it in the summary. The price is between 1 and 50. The stock trading at least 500,000 shares. If you are day trading, you probably want to add the relative volume filter. I will add make it 2. That means it's got to be trading at least 2 times normal up to this time of day. So that's how you build. That's how you start building an alert window. Okay, with your own filters, because otherwise, there's 10,000 stocks out there. You have to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. Right now, there'd be many, many stocks that would fit this. And so you might even want to add a few more filters. But now, what you're looking for is the opening range breaks. So when you find out what we've got, if we have anything, okay, like you're looking for, and this is for everybody. So you click on the search. So if I type in opening, okay, well here, what did you want? The 15 and 30. So you would click on the 15, assuming if you want to go up, or 15 down. I think you can do both at the same time. Yeah, you can. Okay, so I've added the 15 and 30. Add the alerts. See, here they are, and you would just check them. So now you've built a very basic alert window with a price between 1 and 50. Current volume is at least 2, and a minimum volume. So you see and then you would just give it a name. Probably give it a name. Opening range breaks, 15, 30 opening range breaks, whatever you want to call it, and say, okay, now you're done. Okay. But I also want to just talk a little bit about the search, because people ask, well, what do you have for, say, RSI? Well, if you click in RSI, this is what we have. So if you wanted the 10-minute RSI, we don't have it, as an example. Okay. This is what we have. You have to work with what we have. You can't create it out of thin air. You're looking for stochastic or MACD. This is what we have. But I want the 20-minute. I want the 20-minute cross above zero or below zero. We don't have it. Okay, you have to work with what we have. The reason we've done it this way is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. Okay, so what they did was they tried to create as many different alerts. Let me get out of here. I'm going to show you all the real-time alerts that we have, starting at the very top here. New high and new low of the day, but look how many other real-time alerts we have. Now, again, this is for everybody. Don't get overwhelmed by all this. You don't have to learn all this. The only reason there are so many is because there are all sorts of different trading styles. Okay, and here are the filters that we've got to filter the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. Well, when you say a 5 or 15-minute pullback, I mean, you can create a range, say in 5 minutes. So it's not that it's going to be called 5-minute pullback. Okay. Okay. Actually, I should. I mean, these are some sort of fib pullbacks, and that's it for the so-called pullbacks. But you can kind of manufacture one using our ranges. So a 5-minute, so you could say something like, I have never done it. I don't do this. So 5-minute range, and maybe at the bottom, so either a dollar, or actually, I should say change. So the change in 5 minutes. So you could say, okay, I want the change in 5 minutes to be 4%, 3%, 2%. That means so that might look like a pullback. Okay. Might look like a pullback. And the same thing with the 15 minutes. So it's not like you say, okay, show me, is there something to click for a 5-minute pullback? Not quite like that, but usually you can kind of use these change filters to kind of show stocks that are pulling back. Okay. But if you haven't done those videos, I would really take a look at those videos, okay, Hamad? Give me one moment, guys. All right, I'm back. Yeah, they're very short. You might not have to do the first one, which is showing how to log in and all. But certainly, I would look at the 11 after the first one. Now that you could also take, you don't have to look at everything that's in our user guide. Okay, again, again, general statements I'm making for other people who are listening. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, and again, scroll down to that education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is the user guide. So again, it's like any other software program. It's big. It's lots is in it. But just like any other software program, you don't have to learn everything. I always use Microsoft Word as an example. I mean, look at the manual for Microsoft Word. What if they said, you know what? Before you can use Word, you have to learn everything that's in this manual. Well, they probably sell half a percent, a millionth of a percent of what they sold over all these years, right? So it's the same thing with our user guide. Okay, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. I talk about TI stock racing. Okay, here's a section on it if you want to learn more about it. This is a nice section on alert windows and top list windows. Okay, but if you go down here and you say, oh, back testing, I don't know what that is. Well, you don't have to learn it. You don't have to learn everything. Docking, I talked a little bit. You don't have to learn about docking, Pepe. You don't have to learn about docking. Well, a midday's gainers list depends what you mean by mid. You mean the stocks that are still up the most right now, and it's midday? Is that what you mean? Is that what you meant though? Like stocks that are still up the most, and it happens to be midday? Because that's just a simple top list. If that's what you mean, like show me the stocks that are up the most right now. It happens to be midday, 2 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, so let me. I'm going to load this other race because it'll show a lot more action in it. Just give me a moment. So this is the other race that I'm sharing. Okay, this race is a lot more volatile. Okay, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click in this race, I could have done the same thing here, but there's just not that many stocks. So all races start from a top list window. Now you don't have to run a race. I'm just showing you though. Here is the top list window that this race is based on. Notice when I right click on this top list window, launch real time stock race. But this is kind of what you want, I think. You want to see the stocks that are still up the most today. As long as you have the column header, which is C%. No, it's okay. I love questions. It keeps me engaged. Okay. As long as you have the column header, which I do, change from the close. Okay, it's going to show me the stocks that are up the most right now, based on the filters that I'm using in this top list window. Obviously, there could be stocks that are up more than 77%, but in this configuration, I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Could be some stock that's like a 50-cent stock that could be up a lot more. My minimum price is one, max is 50. 200,000 shares have traded, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list. And then all you have to do is sort. Any one of these column headers you can sort on. So if I wanted to find the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day, which is the change from the open, that little 0%. If I double left click on it, it's going to show me the stocks that are up the most from the opening trade of the day, which is, so here's ETSA, ranking them. I'll click again, double left click. So if I want to see the stocks that have got the highest relative volume, you can sort on any column header you got. So to answer your question, yes. You can just follow a list like this all day long if you wanted. And again, you can create your own price range. Of course, it's all customizable. Now, we also have, I think, in the toolbar, let's see what we have here. Click on New Doc Channel Bar. Let's see what the explosive winners look like. So you can also do things like, show me the stocks that are changed the most in the last 5 minutes. The most in the last 10 minutes, or either up or down. Things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on any column header that you have. You just have to add the column header. Well, Core, I thought was a buyout. It's Chris. I think, wasn't Core a buyout? Is it moving? Yeah, I mean, it's a buyout, okay? They're taking this company, it did? It looks like a bar chart to me, but when you say it shot up, you don't mean on the daily shot. Yeah, but it's a buyout. So this happened in the pre-market. Unless I'm not understanding, because I'm not seeing any big movement here. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, it's a buyout. That's why it's up like this. It's being taken private. So that's why basically it hasn't moved all day. And how do we know it's a buyout? Here we go. Core Group shares are trading higher after the company announced it will be acquired by, etc. That was in the pre-market. So that news is from Interactive Brokers, okay? So it's nothing to do with trade ideas. You're not going to get that news in Interactive Broker. In this news is will. I mean, it's possible it would have. It looks like. I mean, you could have seen that news here, okay, in our news. It was there, but like most of the time the pre-market news is going to be here, okay? If it's an earnings play or maybe something like this, I just use Interactive Brokers because I just find it better. Our news is not great, but this is from Interactive Brokers. And it is always, I know some trade ideas will disagree, but I always find it's helpful to see if there is some news. Okay. Now it's not a matter, oh, I see that news and it looks awesome. Therefore, I'm going to, sink everything into it. No, that's, I just want to know if there is any news. And in which case, do I think that that news could maybe sustain the interest all day long? Like earnings or maybe some specific news, some bios, that positive phase three. It's a positive phase three announcement. FDA is giving them approval, things like that. Doesn't mean that, okay, that looks like such great news. I'm going to buy that stock and forget about it. No, it's just I do want to see if there is any news. If there isn't any news, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not that I have to trade something that has news. I call it a bonus, okay, if it has news. On most of the stocks we've seen today, at the beginning, they were all earnings plays. So that's the news, earnings. Why is Sunrun so down? Well, it's an earnings play, and the earnings, even though I remember if this was the one, if this was the one that is this the one that had they were expecting 3 cents and it actually was 75 cents, but they guided poorly. At any rate, this is a reaction. I mean, it's down 38%. And when you look at a 15-minute chart, you can see that that was basically. Oh, just give me one moment, please. One moment. Sorry about that, guys. We have new gardeners this year at the homestead, and they're coming Fridays instead of Tuesdays. So I have to a little preparation for when they get here. I keep forgetting that that's when they're coming. That's what the noise you might have heard in the background. So anyway, Those battle. So here's RPGL. Let's see that one. Is this one halted, resumes, halted, resumed? Don't see battle. Well, I'm not going to see it here unless it's making a new high. So, but it was an AI alert earlier. Aha. Okay. Here's another one, guys. Another re-entry. I completely missed it. That was at 11:51. Well, my excuse is that it happened just before. You too, Hamed. Have a great weekend yourself. I was just getting set to take my break, but you can see that BATL had a re-entry price at 531. So the original alert price was 539. It hit the stop at some point at 523, came halfway between 523 and 539, which gives you a re-entry at 531, and not bad. I mean, from five, not, whether you got in right at the very penny and get out right at the top. I'm not saying that is what anybody could possibly do, but certainly, get that middle 2/3. Yeah, because sometimes when they come out of a halt, it can give us. Yeah, that is the AI, Ron. Yes. Sometimes when a stock, especially in the first halt of the day, it's more just information. Okay, it's not. I mean, I know it's a scan. It is a scan. It can be interesting just to follow these halts, resumes all day long. That's all. And sometimes what happens is the only way I take one of these is if a stock gets halted, usually earlier on in the day, a stock gets halted, and then it comes either a little bit down below the halt price or even a little bit above the halt price, and then comes back down through the halt price and then pops through the halt price again. Sometimes I will take that trade. Okay. If it's the first halt of the day. Notice that some of these, believe it or not, there are some stocks that are halted 20 or 30 or 40 times a day. This is a rather boring day, but RPGL has been halted 3 times. But this is what I showed. That is the AI. Yes. Actually, some interesting ones on the reentries, just the reentries, I mean, so we had, this is the one I did my video on today. So the reentry was at 107 for ONMD, obviously before it pulled back at all, it got up to 140. Obviously good. The reentry here, 531. What is it doing? Yeah. We just talked about this one, BATL. It's 554 now. Not bad. This is a short. Very good. 81.33 on the short. Okay. 78.34 now. Excellent. Now, I'm not saying these are easy. I mean, this one chopped around a lot, but I'm just looking now to see, okay, where was the reentry alert and what is it doing now? 358. Now this one did not, Anna, 358, it's at 294. So that one would not have worked. And 268, it's at 251 now. So that one would not have worked. I mean, they're not all going to work, but I tend to, when I can pay attention, way more attention than I was kind of able to, I tend to just wait for stocks to see if they get a reentry. Notice that there's some of them had no reentry. Why? This one, FLGT, was a short opportunity at 1753. It never got stopped out, never hit 18. Okay, but this is great. I mean, it's now 1568. That's a 10.5% move so far. Make it a little bigger. You mean like that? So the way the AI works is that you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, there's nothing will happen before 940 by design. So you see that we had the first one we had a couple at 940, a couple 944. Usually there are very few after about 11:30. Well, just as I explaining, Ron, yeah, I mean, normally the majority of the alerts are going to be probably between 9:40 and 10:30. Okay. Now, it doesn't send a notification out. I mean, you have to be watching this. I mean, I think we had a late one yesterday, but it's rare that we get one in the afternoon. Man, what a now turned into a bit of a choppy day on the SPY now, guys. I mean, let me get this here. So we had that big downturn at the very beginning. It'll move up, down, up. It's kind of chopping around that VWAP now, heading into the close. So I'm going to hang around for a little bit longer. I'm waiting. A gentleman is supposed to show up sometime between. What time did he say? 10 my time, 10:45 and 11:15. Well, that's another 5 minutes from now. He might be a little late, so I'll hang around until he gets here, and then I will take off. So, any questions? Well, how do you save anything? Okay, so have you loaded anything, Ron? Have you taken anything from my homepage so that it's on your screen right now? I don't have a layout. Oh, okay. Well, I don't have a layout that I share. I share the individual scans. Okay. So I'll demonstrate. So if you click on my homepage link and you go down to the scan section on my homepage. So let's just say you wanted this race here, okay? This race right here. This is the large cap gainers, start of the race. So watch what I do. And don't look at all the text that you're going to see. So open the scan, click on open the scan. So that's what I mean. Forget all this, okay? Here is the link up here. Here is the link up here. So you just highlight the link. See how I'm just dragging my pointer. I highlighted the link. Now it's highlighted. And then I copy it. So I'm going to copy that link. It's sort of normal web stuff. Copying the link, Control C. So now this link is copied. So how to get it onto your monitor? Go up to the toolbar and click on File. Think of it this. It's copied into the cloud. So File, Load from Cloud. And I didn't do it right. Give me a moment. I think I know why. Okay. Just give me a moment. I didn't do it right. And you know I didn't do it right because that box was not filled in. So let's do it again. Okay. So open the scan. Okay. I want to make sure I've got right to the end here. Okay. There is the link right there. I'm going to highlight it, highlight it, highlight it, highlight it, highlight it right to the end. Now I'm going to copy it. Control C, copied. Okay, now it's copied. Now I'll go up to my toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. Okay, if you've done it right, which I obviously didn't for whatever, I guess I didn't copy it correctly or something. See how this box is now filled in with that link. See how it ends in 0B3, 0B3. Okay. And then you load it. So now it's on your screen. I was missing the first H, that's what I thought. Okay. Obviously, the entire link has to be copied. So now it's on your screen. Okay. Now, here's what you also should do. Because what if you accidentally hit the X? Okay. And now it's gone. So you don't have to do this every single day. So what you should do, in case you do accidentally delete something, right click, save or share to cloud, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. So think of it this way. You've taken it by copying, you've put it in a cloud, you put it, then when it's on your screen, now you want to put it into your cloud. So just right click, save or share to cloud, save. You don't have to worry about the share, just save it. Now it's in your cloud. So if you accidentally do this, you exit out, oh shoot. Well, no worries. File, load from cloud. Is that what you sort of taught me a long time ago, Pepe? Control A and then Control C. Why is Control? Ah, you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to copy. You don't have to highlight it. Is that right? Ah, okay, okay. Got to remember that. I've been doing Control C for so long. Okay, gentlemen's here, so just give me a moment, guys. Hey guys, I will be back. Okay, to continue this. Okay, I will be back if you want to hang around. All right, I am now back. Okay. Well, you're hearing my music. uh, so, did you understand? Where was I, Ron? Okay, so you understand. So when it's on your screen, I'm going to do the Control A just to prove to myself it works. So it's on your screen. Make sure anything that you load from me or if some other, maybe for instance, maybe you took the sector top list out and now it's free floating on your screen and you want this part of your layout, save it to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud. Just good idea to save everything to the cloud, okay? And because file, load from cloud, and you will see them. You will see everything you've ever saved. And you can go top list windows or alert windows or multi. Okay, so it'll all be there. Now, if you've never done it before, it'll be a very short list. The other thing then is save your layout to the cloud. So once you've got, what you want, maybe charts that you want, maybe a couple of my scans, maybe something you've created, and you're happy with a layout, and you file, save or share to cloud, file, save or share to cloud, and then you can click on entire layout and give it a name. Ron's first layout, something like that, and save it. Now the layout is in the cloud. So if you accidentally shut down trade ideas, X out trade ideas accidentally, well, and you say, oh man, I just created this layout and I forgot to save it. No problem. Just make sure you save it to the cloud. Now, at the very, the very least, when you exit trade ideas, you click on File and Exit. And it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done will also be saved. Okay. And so that's at the very least. And that's not going into the cloud, but at least you have saved your layout. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, Control A. I know you told me that earlier, meaning months ago. Oops. Let me get my homepage on again. Control A. What? I guess you have to be up here and then well, I don't understand now. And do it again. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, one more time. Yeah, I've got to click in the address box, but when I do that, it looks like it's okay, and then Control A. That makes sure it's everything is done in case I miss out an H or towards the end. I guess that's what you mean, right? Okay, I see. Okay, well then that ensures it, and then Control A and then Control C it in. Okay, so instead of Control C and Control V. Anyway, try to remember that. All right, guys. Well, 225. I'll hang around if there are more questions. Because when I leave, I have to, everything. There's nobody's going to. William or Obi are not going to hang around. So, well, William's not here. So, when I leave, I have to shut down everything. So, let me know if there are any more questions. What? Okay, Pepe. Now you're confusing me. You too, AJ. So let me see if I think I understand what you mean. But let me just see. Oh, so no. Oh, I see. So, oh, I see. All that does is you don't have to highlight. So I still have to. Oh, I see. Control. So I just highlighted. I think I understand now what you mean. Okay, so you still have to do the Control C to copy, then the paste. It's just that the Control A ensures that you've got everything. Okay, okay. Wasn't there another way that you talked about several months ago? Because I think maybe I'm wrong, but I just find that if I ask people to do this, and people don't want to read, and I understand, I don't want to read either. Okay, so now you got to read all this. How to. I mean, it's not hard. I mean, it's going to be exactly, but most people don't want to read all that. Am I watching CDIO? No, I know it was active in the pre-market. I see it right here. Yeah, it was above the highs of a couple of days ago. Yeah, just ripping, man. 48%. Well, I got to watch it next week. Look at the two. I mean, last week was awesome. What did it get to? It got up to 123, got up to 337. Pretty darn good. But this week, 260 to 780. And as we speak, it's closing at the high of the week as we speak. You're right. I do remember. I do remember that post market over here. Yeah, right here. Post market, it got up to 10. And I can't remember if they had any news at all. Not necessarily, not today. CDO pivots to using tech to bring more delight to healthcare. So, what day was this? This was on February 18th. Let me see if I can find anything on February 18th. Don't think so. Not sure we're going to go back that far. Nope. This is the only reason I sometimes use our news because I can kind of go back a few days, but this is not taking me back far enough. I wanted to see if there was any specific news on this day that got it going. Well, guys, I feel like I'm on a roll right now. I don't want to really leave, so keep me keep me interested. A gig. Okay, saw that in the pre-market. It was starting up again. Yeah, up 20%. Had a nice run. The high 5 days ago, 6 days ago was 488. So, got to watch it next week just to see if it, starts to challenge that high. This, yeah. So this is the old HUSA. Okay, I do remember that now. This used to be HUSA, changed their symbol name to a gig. So while it may look like an all-time high, not even close. Oh, I see. The Abundia Global Impact Group. Guys, some people sat around a board table and were throwing out ideas about what are we going to call ourselves. And somebody said, "How about the Abundia Global Impact Group, a gig?" This could be a late day dropper, guys. This par, I think it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. It came from William Scan, 1597 at 1242, and it might not be super dynamic, but it might just have this steady little drop now. Now that the market, of course, is starting to give it up again, a little bit. This would be the area. I'm going to put a price alert on the SPY around 683 and see if it holds that. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions, so I think maybe I'll start to wrap this up. It's 2:33 right now, so I think I'll start to wrap this up now. So YouTubers, I'm going to shut you guys down right now. Okay, there's nothing. You can't come into the other room because the other room is going to be closed also. So have a great weekend, YouTubers. I'm going to end that stream.